revised, minus 0.2%, minus 0.2%. According to sources, French President Macron aims to name a new prime minister swiftly if the government falls. At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA inventories data. Crude oil forecast a draw of 1.41 million on the prior draw of 1.844 million. Gasoline forecast a draw of 1.039 million on the prior build of 3.314 million. Distillate forecast a draw of 0.424 million on the prior build of 0.416 million, and crude Cushing inventories prior a draw of 0.909 million. So at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly US EIA inventories data. Crude forecast a draw of 1.41 million on the prior draw of 1.844 million. Gasoline forecast a draw of 1.039 million on the prior build of 3.314 million. Distillates forecast a draw of 0.424 million on the prior build of 0.416 million. And crude Cushing inventories forecast, prior a draw of 0.909 million.
Oh my God, I'm dying. Check. Oh, I did hit the microphone button. Oh. Hang tight a second, guys. One quick second here. I got a bunch of stuff to do here. I'm fucking dying. Oh my God. Good morning out there. I got people on fucking FinTwit doing community notes on a shit post about Brian Thompson. Fucking God. I swear to fuck, like 3/4 of the posts I post on FinTwitter to find out how stupid some fucking people are. All right. Bear with me today. Okay. So I got some stuff I got to do in the background here. Bear with me today. I'm still pretty sick. I'm the good news. I don't know if I have it. She's watching it like turn positive or something. I took a COVID test. I don't have COVID, so I'm grateful for that.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with
Hang tight 1
EIA
second.
crude oil inventories.
But I am very fucking sick. Whole family is getting like sicker and sicker. And my wife and daughters took the new COVID vaccine, and they took the flu vaccine. And I didn't have the time to go with them to take the flu vaccine, nor COVID. They took them at the same time. And last year, when I took the COVID and flu vaccine, I got sick with the flu right after.
10 seconds.
I'm assuming at this point this is the flu. That's what I thought it was, because I don't have any brain fog or anything. The first time I got COVID, I didn't get anything else. I didn't get any like
draw 5.073 million. Draw 5.073 million. That's lower than the expected draw of 1.82 million.
I didn't get any.
Gasoline inventories build
there.
2.362 million, build 2.362 million, higher than the expected draw of
suppressor's
1.039
not
million.
working.
Distiller inventories build
is the suppressor on this
3.383
stuff?
million, build 3.383 million, higher than the expected draw of
Filters,
0.424 million.
edit
And crude Cushing
filters.
inventories
Why are there no filters here?
0.05 million, 0.05 million.
I must have the wrong desktop audio on right now. That's what's got to be. I have like voice suppressors.
Seeing some upside in
right
WTI oil.
God damn
Voice
oil.
news disconnected.
Turn that shit off. So I'm really sick. Like I got like temperature, I got cold chills, hot chills. I got coughing and this like gross phlegm stuff that's like coating my throat. And it like goes all up the back of my throat into my nasal cavity or whatever that's back there. And it like coats it like lacquer, and then I like it's gross. But at any rate, I'm very sick. I'm not sleeping. You can probably see I'm up at fucking all hours because I'm not sleeping, I'm not resting, and then I get like the hot flashes and the cold flashes. I'm not doing well. I'm assuming it's from, or my doctor said it was from. I shouldn't say I'm assuming. My doctor said it was from talking so much my throat is always sore. So when I go out in public places, I'm more susceptible to getting sick. When I spend a lot of time in front of a lot of people in real life. And I just been doing that. Like, it's the holidays, so it's like party over here, family over there, event over here, big, giant, like, people in a room, big, giant people outside. I went and did this thing downtown last week as well with Christmas tree lighting. I posted some pictures of the Benzinga holiday mixer. I'm like been around a lot of people, and you know how people are. If they're sick, or they're getting better, they start going out in public, and they're just like, "Ah, fuck it, who cares?" And meanwhile, they're just like balls of disease. So gross. Okay, so we got a lot to talk about. The thumbnail on the YouTube video this morning is Festivus for the rest of us. And it's the three trades, right? We've been talking about these three trades now for a long time, right? And I told you that you'd be left behind. You're going to see all three of those trades unfold more than likely. If the choice is not to correct or pull back or anything like that, by Thursday at 9 a.m., we're on Wednesday right now. We could still see another drawdown here too, if you're wondering. We can easily see another drawdown here or even on Friday, but invariably between now and like Friday close, Friday morning, let's say, you're going to get left behind. They're going to run this market up. We've also talked about how there wasn't much premium at the 6,300 level, 6,250. That kick is going to hit today. I haven't checked this morning to see if it's kicked in yet, but you're going to see those calls get rolled higher, 6,200, 6,300, 6,250, stuff like that. In this trade here for December, you aim low and you hit the high expectation. That was the same with this last month in November. November. You like aim low and then you capture all the upside. So if you're looking for a print at like 6,100 and we end up printing into Vixpiration or a few days before Vixpiration, think about like price and time as two separate things. Like they're two separate things that you don't have to. It's like the side of a barn, right? Throw a softball, and if it hits, it hits. If you're wrong, you can still be right in time. So if they decide to trade us to 6250 in SPX, early of OPEX or even into end of month, maybe they do it on December 31st. You have the exposure with time. And you can gather all that exposure, and you're only looking to get paid at 6,100. And remember, November we had volatility as well, right? Where we had days where we're up, yeah, everybody's happy, then we're down, then we're up, then they're like squeezing us at 4 p.m., 3:45 to get the print. And so that's one of the nice things about a spread. You can capture that demand at the most critical, upside squeezes, right? If it's the end of the day, if it's morning, whatever that may be. And they're buying this relentlessly right now. You see it? Coming right in here on this 1 hour trigger and just buying, buy. We hit our first target up here this morning. Our second target is R3, which is 606.42. We are looking for a roll on R3 to the downside. Or at least I am. I still think we have like one more roll coming down before heading higher, and I'll explain this more to you here in just a minute. It's possible we could hit R4, R5, but normally for at least for bulls, at least for not for the bears. Bears can do like R4, R5 2 or 3 times in a row, easy. But bulls, whenever we get up into this box right here, it's an auto sell 99% of the time. Sorry, I'm going to puke. Like the talking and all being sick is not conducive to each other. That makes you like very nauseous because I can't breathe. At any rate, up here in this yellow box, this is very rare to hit. We do hit it, but when we do, it's almost always a sell. I'll leave that up here. But this R3 is usually, hey, take the money and run, get out of here, look for a pullback to the downside. Now, you want to be chasing this trend the whole way up. It doesn't always format right. Trading view kind of sucks at this, but boom to the upside, right? Boom to the upside. Almost got it right here. So you're still looking for you still have more time to get involved in this to take it up to that 610 up here. And you can do this multiple ways too. You can do take the money at 610, then look for a major pullback maybe down to this trend line, and then trade the 6200, then the 6300. There's a bunch of different ways to do this. You don't have to do it the way that I say. I like to set it and forget it in the holidays. If we get a holiday melt up scenario and we don't have a bloody holiday season, price doesn't always matter, right? We get volatility, but you get these runs. You get these these melt up scenarios or these gap ups, right? All day long. We'll just say go up, go up, go up, go up, go up. Price doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're at all-time highs or if we had this major correction. We still get these holiday rallies. Remember that, holiday rallies. And we just did one, and we're in the middle of the second one right now. And then you're going to get a third one. You're literally going to come back in the first week of January, and they're going to doom and gloom you down that week too, tell you all kinds of doom and shit. And then they're going to run it up for the inauguration. I believe that's on the 20th. Although there's some argument that we can trade that into mid-February. I wouldn't really believe those. I wouldn't really believe those people, personally. I would think that that they're going to trade it sideways and then dump you one way or another. They'll be running for the doors before we get there. So at any rate, you know what? I don't even know if you need that money. If you take these 3 fucking trades, what the fuck do you care about the scraps? It's always leave the FOMO to the FOMOers. Don't fuck around with the French fries. Don't I used to play soccer, right? And I learned this in the military too. You can always tell someone that's been trained. You can always tell a civilian versus specifically a veteran too. Some soldiers do this stupid shit too. But you're like bunched up. You never want to be bunched up with anybody. Same thing holds true with soccer, football. They ever played soccer there? Oh, there's some like man-on-man. It's like some South American soccer is a lot of one-on-one, man-on-man, but they're still spread out. Right? And European ball is more boom ball type football, but spread out a little bit. And you don't want to be. I didn't understand that when I was young, and my coach was trying to teach to me. And he's like, look, he's like, you all look like a bunch of pigeons in a McDonald's parking lot fighting over a French fry. Spread out a little bit. And when he said that to me, I was like, I get it now. And I went on to play travel team because of that. I was the only player that wasn't bunching up, so I would just be standing out there. You know, I'm a kid, don't know how to play soccer or whatever, but I'm the only guy open, and the ball would come to me. You leave the FOMOers to do their thing. You let them fight over French fries while you're over on the other side of the field getting paid all along the way. So you got that target up there. We're grinding higher. We're coming into R3 right now. They bought the fucking dip down here like it was nobody's business. Again, on the half an hour trigger. Didn't even let it get down to the hourly trigger. Just buy. Just lots buying. Buy. Just can't stop buying. Must own all market. Ugh. Like straight dying here. Rest in peace, Brian Thompson. And then I got him over on BluesSky, and I got Mark Cuban saying United Healthcare CEO reportedly killed in shooting. That's why I posted the wrong Brian Thompson. Because they're like, rest in peace. And I'm like, this guy is the CEO of a healthcare company. Your heroes are healthcare CEOs? Are your fucking minds? What the fuck is wrong with you people? The guy, Mark Cuban's got 672 likes in that post on BluesSky. The fuck CEOs of healthcare companies. They don't fucking care about you. What the fuck is wrong with you people? You guys are savages. You guys idols and gods are blowing my mind right now. Your heroes are billionaires. Gross. I partied with these people at Burning Man. They're like huffing fucking nitrous canisters by the thousands behind an RV. I can't believe it. I kid you not. Like these guys, these are all psychopaths and sociopaths. These guys are fucking monsters. I can't do it. I can't. We agree on that. I just made a post on BluesSky about populists. Should look up like populist beliefs and stuff. Populists is kind of neat because they don't run on. They run on stuff that everybody likes. Populist stuff is kind of weird. I try telling people, I'm like, what Trump runs on, most people can understand and get behind. That's what makes it populist. It's meant for the plebs. It's meant for like easy digestion, stuff like that. I made a post on BluesSky this morning about we have 5 billionaires nominated to the cabinet. 5 fucking billionaires. How do you rectify that with the populist belief of removing elites from our government? Whenever I hear people talk about the Senate and the House of Reps, right, trading the stock market, people like to say, "Oh, Nancy Pelosi, But I'm like, no, it's all of them. It's Republicans, Democrats. It doesn't really matter. They're all greedy, fucking greedy people. This party doesn't matter. And I don't speak to any Democrat or Republican that likes or dislikes any party member from any party trading the fucking stock market. None of them want any of our elected officials to be trading the stock market actively while they're in office or after, for that matter, right? It doesn't matter what fucking party you're from. So that's a populist belief still, isn't it? That everyone can get behind. Their methodology for solving it may be different, or how they approach it might be different. And the same applies to elites, right? Nobody wants elites in our government. We're now ushering in billionaires. How fucking elite can you be if you're a billionaire? It's like you gotta. It's like I like literally want to put a screwdriver in my head and just turn it. I can't understand. I can't understand it. That's because it's populist. You know. At any rate. Not those elites, Cap. We want the money elites in there, bro. Okay. All right. I'll keep coping with it. We'll try to wrap my head around it. I know. I don't know what to say on this. Like, it's all leopards eating my face stuff. It's like, I know I'm gonna watch this unravel over the next 4 years, and it's gonna be just another grift to make money. Wall Street agrees with me, and I agree with Wall Street. I can't say I don't. I wonder if it has anything to do with general AI and or at least the belief in it, and whatever that singularity bullshit is. Whether you believe that or not, I don't know. But I think these people sell themselves on a lot of it, so they're like, okay, we can't leave it up to a representative democracy to control AI whenever that happens. I'm getting old. We have to get in power now, so that we got to take it out of their hands. You know, I'm assuming that's part of it. You see this around the world right now, right? Like strength in leadership. You're seeing it like Putin. You're seeing it in Z. I've seen it in India. I've seen it in Japan. I've seen it in South Korea, right? I've seen a lot of like power. Authoritarian power grabs. I wonder if it has anything to do with that stuff in the background, or at least the belief in it. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if general AI will ever see it soon, or if we'll ever see the singularity or not. I don't care. But maybe these old people have sold all this Kool-Aid to people, and they're like, okay, if this really does happen, we got to be in power. Can't leave it to the plebs. We'll start positioning ourselves now. Soros is out there, snorting the yayo, the general AI yayo. The fucking Zuckerberg's building fucking a compound out on an island somewhere in New Zealand. Meanwhile, they're all fucking partying at Burning Man, taking lipids and TRT and sucking the umbilical cord of babies. Yeah, I don't know if it's just them either. I don't know if it's just like Trump or Elon. I think this is like a movement. I think it crosses, like this populist stuff crosses political lines. There's a lot of like money power at play here in the background. I was also looking at like some of the donors, like they're doing the same donors to Kamala Harris too. It's just power, the money power. But it's shocking to see like money power in politics. Normally that doesn't mix very well, or the fallout can be really bad in the future. Some of that elite stuff is like you don't always mix like money. Like you can be political and have money. If you're like political or just the money baron kind of a person, it doesn't always mix well. It's usually better to be somewhat separate. We're not doing that right now, are we? We're doing like fuck yeah, money and power, baby. So I don't know how it works out. I'm assuming it's just like fleecing. That's my assumption at this point. we'll party. We'll party for a couple of years. We'll get out of the hangover, and we'll wake up and be like, okay, fuck it. Let's dump it all. We'll start again. We'll renew. Yeah. Right, Moog? Got my umbilical cord juice this morning. Move those over right there. I feel like shit. All right. We also have some shakeouts going on in the Trump nomination process. We kind of all knew Matt Gaetz wasn't going to make it, right? That was like a gimme. I think we joked about it on the show. Then I talked about this other guy here talked about like the tip of the spear kind of stuff, the Sean whatever his name is, and like the rise of there's like gun tubers, and then there's like soldier tubers, like YouTubers, and they're like the like tip of the spear guys that are out there on social medias and stuff. They're like it's hero worship from civilians a lot of the time. It's like, I wish I could be that. I always want, that's a hero for me. Tip of spear, SEAL. I don't fucking know. There's so many goddamn different. There's so many goddamn, like, it's like you have so many different like tip of the spears these days. Anyways, but like, should that person be like the leader of a large org like the Defense Department? Probably not. They should probably stay YouTubers and gun tubers and stuff like that. You know. The infantry doesn't really attract the smart. There are smart guys in the infantry, but like hero worship is different than running a fucking giant fucking organization. You kind of want people. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Like, DeSantis, though, does have some experience running a large org, which is required for something that size. You know, it's not required, but you should be doing it. You really should be. Like, have someone with some experience running a large organization, not some guy that's like super cool. No matter how cool they are, just let them be super cool. Fucking Matt Gaetz too, sitting in a fucking prison, standing like a goddamn, looks like the guy like who's from the fucking the Empire or some shit like that from Star Wars with his black suit on. And they had like, he was like a picture of him in the prison, and he's got like prisoners behind all these bars, and he's standing like this. And what you don't really focus on is that there's these guards facing all the prisoners to keep them from trying to murder Gaetz in the middle of the fucking of the prison. There's like a famous photo of Matt Gaetz, and it looks great. The photo looks good. It's like so super like cocaine bro. I don't know, fuck teenage girls or something like that. Grossness. But it has no basis in reality. Oh, man. Easy with the government's not meant to be half of whatever. I am a part. You got to remember, I'll be clear with all of you out there about something. Let's be very clear about something. I am the target group. You know, I'm a white male. I make a lot of money. I am married. I'm a veteran. I'm straight, single, white, middle-class male. I pay my taxes. I fit the mold of the target audience. I'm not complaining. If anything, I want more services. I think you should have more of that stuff. I got more to lose than the regular person out there. Or I have more to, I shouldn't say lose. Like, I have more to lose with more taxation, or laws that help me in general. I'm the target audience. I only benefit from I personally only benefit from the proposed policies. I am the target audience. So, you know, I think we all agree we don't want waste. Or we want it done well, right? There's even a joke in the fire department, right? You all love the fire department, right? So that's social service. But there's a joke, right? They save the foundation. If any of you know anyone that's ever had a house, they've saved the foundation. They don't save your fucking house. Fucking thing burns to the ground almost every time. It's almost a complete loss. But we still have a fire department, right? Stuff like that. I want people to be educated. I want people to have like healthcare that doesn't bury them in debt. You guys don't realize that, do you? You don't hear from people that are older often when they get some kind of a injury or disease that wipes out all of their savings. It's part of our system, capitalist system. It's actually a functioning part of our system is to wash you out at some point in your life. And no one wants to hear your fucking sob story. You just get brushed away. You can ask, there's older guys in here, like ask like John H. or whomever. Bink or Binky will know about this too, right? You must have friends out there that get flushed from the system. Nobody wants to talk to him. It's like your Uncle Morty. You're like, yeah, they got to bring Uncle Morty. No one wants to talk to him at the holiday party. He's boring and old. He's broken down. But I don't want you to lose your all the hard work you've done in your life. I don't want you to get like flushed from the system because they took all your money away. It's because you got cancer or some shit, and now you got to go live in like some state-run nursing home. I don't mind supporting older people, especially if they did work their balls off their whole lives. Yeah, I still think that's capitalist. But whatever, we can disagree on that stuff. Oh God, I'm dying over here. Nasty. Okay, so I'm going to do a couple things with you this morning. We're going to do some updates here and see where we are. So VIX 9-day, this is VIX 9-day down below. Oh, hold on, we're bouncing around a lot right now. I got to turn all this stuff off here. Hold on. It's rotating charts. They can be fun, but then again, not. Okay, that's red. TLT looking sexy. Okay, finally, all on red. Okay, so red means that we're not rotating. So down below on your screen right here, this is VIX 9-day, my preferred way to track the VIX. We talked about VIX 9-day in that June-July period over here, where it just grounds sideways down below here. You can see it right here. And then it started to ramp into the end of July. And that's when we got that. We failed to pull back or correct. We were consolidating, and then we would squeeze, then consolidate, then would squeeze, and consolidate, then would squeeze. Now, remember back at that time period, some traders were like, this is fine, we can do this, but all of it'll come back later. And it did. It all came back. This is August. And the VIX actually traded, I thought it was 70, or VIX 9-day traded 76.19. So we're doing that once again, where we're consolidating and we're trading higher, and the VIX is trading, or VIX 9-day is getting annihilated and trading sideways and to the right and down. And you have a cross of the daily trigger and the weekly trigger on that VIX 9-day. And if you check back the last time that happened, it was in that same period of May 21st. We had another one of those periods here in November of 2023. And both of these were melt up type situations. November we had a melt up, and then in May or late May, early June, July, we had another melt up situation. We have the same thing happening right now in the market. So you can see it just in the VIX 9-day with the daily crossing the weekly trigger. So just be aware of that, that we're melting up and to the right. And even if you're uncomfortable with buying this up and to the right and sideways and no trade down to the daily trigger, hug the hourly trigger and then blast off from it. Just note that we have 2 prior examples of that happening in just recent history. And so you should expect the same thing or something, some similar trading alongside that. Now, SPX, let's take a quick look at that together. We're going to chat about gamma in the market right now. I think Vol Signal was out on Twitter this morning talking to people about Vol spot up on the regular VIX, not the VIX 9-day. Now, there's a few things we need to talk about here this morning, and some changes that have happened here. We've been discussing. We talked about it yesterday in the stream. Let's pop that in there so you can see some of this. Okay, so this was 150 million. It's now 207 million at 6,100. And remember, this bar wasn't here yesterday, but I told you it was here. I was like, this bar is here even though you're not seeing it. And it's here today. 6150 is the target. Okay. And look what other bars here. You've got the actual call wall above at 6,200. Now, you're not seeing the bars higher, but they're here. You can't see them right now, but they are here. And not only that, let's just look at trend here, like local trend, just so you can see this here. You got this top over here. You got that top over there. And shocker, that top is way up here, right? Like 615. You know? And even if we trade it sideways over here, we're still talking about then the top being 620. And let's look at something else that's fascinating here, okay? So, something else kind of fascinating here, just looking up in time, right? Let's take a peek at this. Way over there. This is the 13th. And that's the inauguration. Right there, right? 20th. That's the weekend. Let's call it the 17th. You know, that's 6378. Do I think we get there? Probably not. But just like scale out a little bit. And look where we are. Local support is now here. This local resistance is now moving up. Local support is coming into play. We got a lot of time left with us, right? So let's say we do something like this. And even if we're over here doing this goofiness, right? Bam, you know, end of the month. That's that 620, right? 630. Bam, into January, 630 up in there. There's like more runs ahead. Even if we were to pull back with the daily trigger, I mean, there's a lot of room, you know, into January to be messing around these higher highs into the end of the year. So there's a lot of time left, is my point. You get the call wall up there. You got the target right there. You got your SPX gamma right here. And And you see moves like this, woof, straight up, right? Cha-ching. Back down again, bam, bam, bam. Woohoo, got one trade. Boom, we got a second trade. And whoop, we got a third trade, maybe even 4 trades into a lot of room to run here, isn't there? So let's talk about something else with this gamma here. The gamma flip keeps rising. It goes higher and higher and higher and higher. There's no real put wall that we can see here. So we're gonna take a peek at let's see if we can do this over here. And go to trigger screen. And let's look at some, like, what do we got here? 6,000. Right, so this is the start of positive gamma. Where would the put wall be? Currently somewhere at 58.50. You call it that. You might possibly call it down here. That's 5,700, 58.50. You could snap a line there if you wanted to. But what else is interesting is we're rolling calls higher. You notice that I showed you the 6,100 went from 150 million to 250 or 207 million. So we're just like loading the fuck up on this stuff, and then we're also rolling to the upside. This is 6,150. This is 6,200. And 6,200 looks like the call wall for right now, but you're now buying more fucking calls even higher. 6,250 is getting bought. 6,300 is getting bought. 6,350 and 6,400. Do I think this stuff prints? No. But the more that they buy this stuff, the more we have the ability to trade this stuff, Wham, to the downside. Time will matter, but basically people are rolling their shit higher and opening these doors to go higher. So let's take a quick look again down below here. What do we say that was? 50, 5850, 5800. You could snap a line down here, 5800. Bam. Make that one red. I guess that's orange. That should be red. 5850. Somewhere in there. Put wall somewhere down in here. Oh, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Right up in here, somewhere in here. Swoop down, up, if something terrible were to happen. And this is likely going to rise, right? Your gamma flip's likely going to come up here at some point. Your local support's going to come here. Your local resistance is going to come here. Right? And then when you begin to want to sweep lower, bam, right? Coming back down, negative gamma, quick slope down, back up again. Even if we were to do this, which I don't think you're gonna, I think it's gonna hug that hourly trigger all the way over there. Back up again. Make sense? This is how you get that. This is how you get these April, May, June, July, last November bullshit. We just keep going higher and higher and higher and squeezing. So gamma flip right now, right here. Trying to turn this into local support. Local resistance becomes 6,100. And we're going to go back and look at a few other things here. SPX, we already did gamma, net gamma. Yeah, we already did net gamma. CTA positioning S&P 500. See if we can bring that up. Come on, chug along. Not chasers right now, but they can be turned into chasers, right? If we make that support, right? If we make 60-50 support, we start breaking across 6,100. It's party time once again, right? They're waiting to get long once again here. Make it a little bit smaller, right there. Probably looking for some kind of topping action in there, right? So a little bit more room for CTAs to run. Right? We haven't even talked about this one up here, have we? Coming into the end of the year, it wouldn't even shock me to see us reject and then come back up again, right? So it'd be something more like this. Ramp down again, and then wham, right? Catch both of those right there. So you get a little more CTA action, right? A little bit of that going on, and then a mad dash to the end. So CTA's still bullish. CTA's Russell 2000. They're long now. They just want to get paid. Still a little bit more room up here. Whiplash effect you're looking for there. CTAs for bonds, super sexy. Super sexy. The bond CTAs for like TLT. Woo. Vol control. Look at this right here. Vol control. You shall not pass the hourly trigger. You shall not pass, right? This means this is all vol control gang, right? Called vol control funds. What they'll do is that every time we come down, like this is SPY, let's say, and it comes down to the hourly trigger, half-hour trigger. Whoop, we're here to buy. Whoop, we're here to buy, right? Half-hour trigger, hourly trigger. Buyers, 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 buyers. And they're just like full on, no doom, no, not allowed, right? Going all the way up here. What else we got here? We already know they're already long. We already know asset managers are long. COTs are long. Yeah. All looks good. COTs are long. Yeah, so down below here one more time. So let's take a quick, one more closer look here. See what they're doing. So they're saying, fuck you, we're going to trade 6,100, and they left the gap. And your hourly trigger and your half an hour trigger are coming up here, right? So you got this kind of an action here, right? Came all the way, look what they did. They came right here, and they just bought it like nobody's business. We didn't even get down here to close the gap. Just fuck you, we're buying up here. And so even if we swoop down from there to close the gap, you're still going to be looking for higher. That hourly trigger is going to come up here, right? Close some of that gap. And what are we trading next after that? Are we trading what? 61.50, right? Which is sorry, when the trading view doesn't like to put stuff in the right place. And just look at that. Wham, wham, wham. And remember the CTA thing, right? CTAs jump in, back down, CTAs back in again for one more swing higher. Target 61.50. Easy peasy, right? Easy peasy. Wham, wham, wham. Easy trade. I'm going to read something to you this morning. I feel the same way. This is from GL. They said, we sound like a broken record. Option contracts get rolled higher as portrayed this time by SPX Spot versus Gamma Chart. The call wall at 6,100 is growing into a monster, but it almost looks like the strike level is just the base case. And 6,200 is just warming up to take the crown. Now, the main market driver today is the tech sector, XLK, up 1.3%, following Salesforce earnings, up 11.9%. We might see a first breakout attempt today of XLK. So let's take a look at XLK really quick. And it's doing it. It's doing the thing, isn't it? This is XLK down below. Been smashing at the ceiling now for quite some time. What else was exhibiting this behavior like XLK? Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin was smashing on the wall of 100,000. We told you that it would hit 100,000, pull back, consolidate, and then trade 130,000. Look at XLK right now. And it wants to what? It wants to fuck to the upside. You get the prior high over here on XLK at 238. Stab at it over here at 234. Another stab at it at 238 right here. And now it's beginning to break out. So XLK is showing lots of bullishness this morning. This was actually the main driver of the end of the bear market. XLK, if you had longed it in then October, it was outstanding trade. We talked about that on that Captain's Alpha in December of 2022. To long the fuck out of XLK. It looks like it wants to break out again here. And we should talk about this breakout in XLK to the upside and what that could mean. And notice here how we came down, right? We only traded the half-an-hour trigger. We're right back online again to grind higher. And I'm saying, maybe this is all we got here, right? I'm saying this is probably the top here on R3. And SPY is coming into R3 right now. So the big question becomes, does it actually break out here or not? Do we do the normal pullback? See how I've got us pulling back down here? Right? Do we skip this pullback? Let's go over to the trigger screen really quick. So I've got this like 610 on Friday at 4 p.m. And today's only Wednesday, right? Do we instead get like the extension up here? And then it's more like that. Extend it up early, and then maybe even get up there early. And you have this demand right here. This is going to round out this will become a 4-hour bar in here at some point today. So even looking at this, it's become something more like this. And front running the market early. Let me show you a couple examples of this really quick. I put them in a brief last night, but I want to show you. Did I do it on a different chart? I think I did. Show you. What they did here, and this is October, and I want to show you what they did here in November too. I want to remember a couple things here, okay? So I want you to look at October 1st. Came in consolidated, right? We ramped up into, right straight into Vixpiration OpEx. It was just like a slow grind all the way up. Sideways and down into the first. And we spent, before the first, we spent about 5 sessions in here consolidating. And then they ramped early. Instead of the long drawn out, they did it early and then brought it back down into Vixpiration and OpEx. So you had the slow run up, and then you had the crank up. Now, what's fascinating about this is they gave you the fuck you trade in the month of in the end of the month of November and the beginning of December. Like a fuck you, boom, higher. Right? Straight up into the 29th and the 2nd. A little bit of consolidation, off and running. There's another time period we did something like this, where instead of the consolidate the first week, they literally like they bloodbath it down, and then they super ramp you back up to where we were, right? So the consolidating, quick move down, you get the flush back right up here, and then higher again, right? So they flushed you here, right? So the reason I'm saying that is because back in June was a quarterly OPEX, which we're coming into. And I want to show you this like June, here, let's look at right here, June 1st. There's the 31st. It left you nothing. They just went boom, straight up, right? No 5 days of consolidation. They did it prior over here. They did it in May 30th. They had a low the day before on the 31st, and then slam. And they actually front ran the quarterly OPEX. It was just like boom, off and running, a little bit of breath, boom, off and running, and then boom, off and running straight up into the 20th. 3 big pushes. And what's noticeable about this June OPEX, this quarterly OPEX, is we never pulled back to the daily trigger. At no time. We actually extended away from the daily trigger. We just hugged that hourly the whole fucking way. Up and to the right. Now, what else is fascinating about this is we did about one here. From tip to tail, this is 4.5%, 5%. That's a 6.5% move right there. Quarterly Expo, 6.5% move. And, you know, we're out here talking about trading 610, right? Talking about trading 610. This is the second. This is the second. That would be the low. Let's take it from here. That's only 2%. Let's take it from here. That's only 2.5%. If you were to take it from right here, the actual start of the month, that's only 2% to 616. We're talking like 4 to 6%. That's 625. 4%. We're not even talking 6.5. If you were to take it all the way from down here, that's 5%. So even discussing trading 630, 625, and we're saying, yeah, well, let's just how about we target 610? How about we target 610 and we put enough time on it, December 31st? And if we trade 615 or we trade 625 or 630, it's just gravy. So you put a wide ass spread over here, right? You're at 600 and you make the spread for a target of 610. And then you add some extra on there, 620, 630. 625. And if you can trade up into that 625, 630 by the 31st, fuck it. Trade up to 615 by the 31st, fuck it. You make lots of money, right? And there's no premium. I'm assuming now we're going to get some premium. But as of yesterday and the day before, there was none. We just keep climbing higher, right? Higher, 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 higher. XLK wants to break out and just push us higher, don't they? I'm muted on YouTube. You can't hear me on YouTube? Oh, you can't hear me on YouTube. Okay, cool. All right, right on. My errors are popping now. So I'm going to read some more stuff to you this morning. ADP non-farm employment change November. 146 versus 166 expected and 184 last. We got to talk about I'm going to do a program with you. I don't know if I can do it today. I might be able to. We have to look at some data for next year. I was thinking about putting it in the year-end review, but I think it might be better to discuss in person. We may need to talk about it in a private stream. I don't know if I'll do it today. Maybe I'll make the stream private at some point today. We have to chat about are we in an area? So we used to have rules for being in a recession. We've altered what we consider a recession today. And the Fed won't tell you if you're in a recession until you're already in one. Now, recessions can last for short periods of time, and they're not always marked by bear markets in general. You can have like crashes in a recession. They can be short-lived, and they're not easy to call. And there's a lot of counter data to us being in a recession right now. But we need to discuss it together rather than on a piece of paper. I'll put it in the review for next year, but there's like some kind of like it's really bizarre. There's like a lot of some of the data says we're in one and coming into one next year, in 2025. But there are tools that the Fed can use, to stem that, and there is also some problems, like jobs and stuff like that. A lot of those, like Wolf Richter was talking about how a lot of the jobs are government jobs being filled in the government, not in the private sector. If Elon gets his way and the Doge community gets their way and they cut a lot of jobs in the U.S. government, it could make our unemployment rate look like dog shit coming into next year. So we have to talk about it. I don't know if it's today or if we either today or tomorrow, we need to do like I don't want to do a live stream with it because I don't want anyone to panic because there's no reason to panic. And calling recessions is garbage. But I want you to be aware of some mechanical things in the background, the risk for next year, the real risk to the stock market, even if it's just in the form of deeper corrections, major corrections, crashes, how they resolve to the upside and stuff like that, rhetoric versus stumping, populist arguments versus what actually takes place and happens, and how those could be influencing or those decisions could influence knee-jerk reactions in the market that could still resolve themselves. We have to talk about some of the data. We have to talk about like CPI and the CPI data that's coming out, unemployment data that's coming out, some of the rhetoric from Trump and stuff like that, and just be aware of how to prepare for if we have those crashes next year, how to look at them, and then also how to not or be prepared to not drink the Kool-Aid that's going to be rolled out from those policy implementations. So we got to talk about that at some point today or tomorrow. I'm saying that because I'm reading here ADP non-farm employment change November 146 versus 166,000. The expected was 184,000 last. Some of the data is starting to look like shit. But it like they can amplify with how bad this data looks next year. And then Trump's saying don't make any cuts or something until I get in office or whatever. He was screaming in public. We got to chat about all this stuff. And the attempt to force a recession is there. You can see it. It's clear as day how they're going to try to attempt to force a recession. They can last anywhere from, I think, 2 months to 18 months typically. Somewhere in there, the average, I think, is 8 months for a recession. So there's like a window in 2025 where there could be an attempted forced recession. I don't know if it happens or not. And I'm not calling that to happen either, but I need you guys to be, or at least understand all that data and how it's all there. Hey, what's on? Hey, Johnny Trades, how are you doing, brother? How are you doing? Good to see you, man. YouTube's choppy on audio. Hang tight here. Let me see if I can improve it. Hold on. Just a second here. I'm going to try to fix that audio. I've lost my voice. I've been very sick. If you're just joining us, Johnny Trades, I got sick on vacation. I came back and I've been like have a temperature and throat sore and all that. Just started working fine now. I'm trying to turn some stuff off here in the background. See if I can limit some of my data. A quick second here. I'm working with an engineer right now to see if I can get the stream back up and running here 100% for you guys. Check 1, 2. The sibilance might be from my sound suppressor too. I've got a noise suppressor like you shouldn't be able to hear. You guys hear that? It's like there's like a suppressor that kicks on. Audio is fine now? All right, good. I've got an engineer here telling me that they were working on buffer and access. Said I can shut it down. I'm like, okay, I don't know what that means, but mic shield for X. I have one. I have a mic shield here. Do you want me to hook it up? I can hook it up. Like a big old. I got one of the black ones. It's like a round thing. Could do that. I think it's just me being sick. Okay, so let's. All right, so today or tomorrow, I'm gonna do a private stream with you. I'm gonna go over this stuff for 2025. In case you have any questions, as I don't want you to panic in 2025, but we need to discuss it in person. I was thinking about. I'm gonna try to do a slideshow if I can, like a presentation. Like Google Slides or something like that. I'll write it out that way so that we don't miss anything. We'll look at CPI. We'll look at the unemployment rate. We'll look at the Fed funds rate, the inverted yield curve, a whole bunch of different data from the Fed. Okay. So sorry about that. I'm going to read some more stuff to you this morning, okay? COVID sees 6,500 price target for SPX by year end 2025. Quote, when you zoom out based on the last move the SPX made off COVID lows, it doesn't seem all that unreasonable. Obviously, this is just a picture with a ton of variables timed to get us to 6,500, but good to look at as a visual. Would equate to greater or less than a 200% move off of the COVID lows. It was wild. So that's Goldman talking about the COVID lows. It kind of comes into perspective with the mid 90s to 2000, where we made monster moves in the market. I showed you yesterday the drawdowns of 10, 7, 10, 15, 20, and even 30% drawdowns with, but then with upside trades of 20, 30, 50, 60% to the upside. And notably, the Chinese 10-year yield bottomed in May of 2020, and it's blasting down to the depths of hell once again right now. That could also mark a bottom where there's this inflation, restarting of inflation, let's say in 2025 with the threats of tariffs or negotiating tariffs. We also saw an uptick this morning in some of the data that came out, implying that manufacturers are ordering and building products in anticipation of tariffs or threats of tariffs, or a bottleneck in products being purchased for sale to you, the end consumer. We've heard whispers of this all over the internet as well. Reddit has some communities where buyers for large construction companies and corporations are leaking that they're buying goods in advance of these proposed tariffs and trade wars and blah, blah, blah down the road. And they're already raising prices. Greedflation, right? Yeah, I know that you're voting for Trump and you're thinking, hey, he's going to save the world. And a company is going to max profit off of that vote. So we're already seeing some of that, right? And Goldman's talking about that like COVID low trade in May and how we moved higher for those 2 straight years, melt up type scenario. And all that stuff's kind of like, it's kind of like for lack of a better word, the Fed and the Treasury Department cleaned up all of our excess from COVID spending, and now they were coming. All the data is coming back in line again. It's party time again, maybe, which is, par for the course for greed until something breaks, right? And we'll look at that. All that stuff kind of still coincides with that private stream I want to do with you, with some of the data that's out there. In that, what is 2025 going to be? Is it going to be recessionary? Is it going to be an extension of the soft landing? Can we have a mix of all of it? Kind of looking like the mid 90s before 2000, and not drinking the Kool-Aid of the lost decade, and maybe just accepting that seasonal lows might be a little bit more aggressive than you're used to. More volatility in the marketplace, but more highs as well. Goldman's talking about that right now. ISM non-fit manufacturing numbers. Prices 58.2 versus 56.4. The expected was 58.1, or versus the 56.4 expected. 58.1 was the last. Non-manufacturing PMI November was 52.1 versus the expected 55.5, and 56 was the last. Goldman's Molavi saying, in the short term, the playbook remains the same, and it seems materially skewed in the U.S. The animal spirits are strong and bolstered by a strong economy, a strong dollar, and the potential efficiency increase, DOGE funding, tariffs, and stimulus, tax cuts, and deregulation. You have a backdrop for a real and meaningful tailwind. That rising tide might pull up all other assets in its wake for a while, but the structural problems for Europe and Asia remain. So Asia looks like shit. Europe looks like shit. All that money flees to the United States. You had some sketchiness in the background of the consumer being very well off, but companies not so much, and real estate not so much, and some of the regional banks not so much either. But with that deregulation and tax cut money floating around, sloshing around, right? Or at least the threat of continuation of tax cuts from 2017, at least for now. There's an eye of the needle threading where we can have a spike in inflation. We can have a similar situation to that May of 2020 scenario where we melt up, where the market actually begins to rip some faces off and become more volatile in 2025. So that's from Goldman's Molavi. He's also saying people seem willing to run risk exposures into year end and into the start of 2025. The seasonal effects are strong, especially when you look at the U.S. with the double whammy of buybacks and retail buying. So on top of all this other stuff that I just told you about, you have also, strength in buybacks, and you also have the strength in the retailer out there. But you also have hedge funds like COTs, CTAs. They're pushing this right along as well. And all of those forces combined are rolling over dealers. GS's Rubner, U.S. equities saw a whopping 141.08 billion worth of inflows over the last 4 weeks, the largest monthly inflows on record by far. All other equity funds, excluding the U.S., saw outflows of $8 billion during the last month. So huge money coming into the U.S. market, right? Either from U.S. retailers, from buybacks, from COTs, CTAs, and then you've got foreign money coming into the U.S. markets. Now, what could be a catalyst? Let me ask you out there. What could be a catalyst for money leaving the U.S. stock market? Do you guys know how money would leave the U.S. stock market? If the U.S. stock market is the place to be right now, where would the money want to go next? It's cuts. When you hear Donald Trump say things like, don't cut anymore until I enter office, why don't you want the Federal Reserve to cut? We already know from Wolf Richter that the housing market's been rolling over and that the Case-Shiller is a delay of about 3 months. There are other data sources that can show you the data before it comes out with Case-Shiller. And we already knew 3 months ago that the housing market was rolling over from that other data, right? Realtor.com actually produces that data around the country. And you can see the country topping out, rolling over in some markets and topping out in not major markets like New York. So you figure, where does stock market money go, right? Do you know where it goes? It goes into real estate. But not until rate cuts go to zero, right? When we cut rates back down to zero, the market money tends to leave and invest in the real estate market. So is the real estate market done rolling down? Probably not. Is the threat of money leaving the U.S. stock market here today? Probably not. You're probably waiting until rates go to zero, and then you would look for the exodus of money from the stock market into real estate. As a matter of fact, my own self, I want to buy more real estate. I think I sold the top of the market, but I started selling my real estate last year, or this past year, I should say. We're not quite in 2025 yet, but I'm too looking to buy real estate, hopefully in 25, 26, or 27, if rates ever come back down again. I talked to you yesterday about how if you leave rates, showed you how rates were cut, right? If we do that 1995 to 2000 thing, you wouldn't see rates come down, would you? You'd see gradual cuts, then maybe some increases, more cuts for that Goldilocks environment for the stock market. I can't buy real estate until rates go to zero. That's when I can get back into the market. So I jump back in the pool for the real estate market. So for now, where do I have to put my money? Where do I put it? I can put it. Some of it I can put into bonds, but bonds kind of suck right now, right? They're not that good, 3-4%. So where's the best place for you to outrun possible inflation spikes? The stock market. Is it good in the real estate market? No, it's in the stock market, U.S. stock market in particular. GS's Rubner also saying U.S. corporate demand remains robust until 12/20, December 20th. We know what happens on the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th, right? We've got Vixpiration, we've got quarterly OPEX, and we've got Jerome Powell putting out a rate decision and an economic forecast for 2025. So a double whammy on the Fed meeting. So Rubner, U.S. corporate demand remains robust until December 20th. The November and December corporate repurchase demand is the best 2-month period of the year. 2024 year-to-date authorizations stand at $1.14 trillion, up greater or less than 17% versus 2023 year-to-date authorizations. GS corporate blackout window begins on December 20th. GS research portfolio team forecasts $1.7 trillion worth of gross buybacks in 2025. Are stock certificates a scarce resource? Absolutely. Remember, this isn't you and I buying a few shares of Apple. These are large buyers, and they need to get everything. They want it all. Buy. On Monday, when we did our show Monday morning, I looked around the stock market with you, and we charted out the week together, right? And what did I say by middle of the afternoon? They're buying all of it. They're buying every last bit. So we've got our stock certificates, a scarce resource. Absolutely. That's from GS's Rubner. GS's Rubner also coming out and saying equity panic index has taken out new lows, and we are seeing retail activity pick up. This can also be seen in record call options, the largest on record, and high-flying names. I am back to checking Reddit every morning to see the names of the day. Rubner, hanging out on Wall Street Bets. I like seeing Rubner on Wall Street Bets. Too funny. Mike Schild for Christmas. You're hoping that Powell triggers a correction. Every once in a grand while he does, but he's not known for it. Sorry for my voice. I'm very sick right now. And if you were here with me right now, I would sound like I was a 30-year smoker or something. 40-year smoker. If I was on the phone with you right now, I'd be like, talking to you. So I apologize for that. Let's take a look at the weekly expectations. R2 is at 608.52, right up here. Far and away, we are above R1 on weekly expectations, holding it just fine right here. 2 sigma move in the week would be 608.52. So you can see it there. We'll switch back to the daily pivots. R4, R5, this is usually your RTX sell signal, sits at 607.56 and 608.65. SPOOs looking to break out on XLK strength. Q's tech strength. I've got some stocks for you to look at this morning. Sound continues to break out. IoT looking for another breakout this morning. GRAL. We talked about Grail yesterday. Yesterday or Monday, right? GRAL. They're still breaking out, trading a high of 20.14. We're going to take a look at a new one this morning. We haven't chatted about. We're going to look at SN. Oh, they already did their thing. Shark Ninja. Forget Shark Ninja. They already did their thing. They already did their squeeze. They already did their squoze. I'm late to the party on this one. They're probably not done once they come back down. Keep your eyes on Shark Ninja. Let's get out here and look at it together. They already did their squeeze. Okay, so this is Shark Ninja. Ticker symbol SN. Now, what I want to show you here is they've been very bullish. Right from inception back here, this is also a spec growth company. Started at $26. They've cranked at this point, but we're looking for like some kind of a blow off top on this company. Let's quick look on them. This is what I really want to show you here. You see this weekly velocity? It's trying to pick back up again. See that daily velo picking back up again? And I want you to take note of this right here. Take note of that right there. And if they're able to come up on their daily velo, that could see an explosive move. Weekly velo looks really good. Daily velo looks really good. Very volatile stock. If you look at it on a 30-minute basis, I want you to also notice down below, they're just getting started with higher lows on a daily basis. They're a little bit long in the tooth on the hourly basis here. They might get one more push up. But generally speaking, it's extreme bullishness on this stock. SN is the ticker symbol. Everything looks really good for some crazy upside potential. They backtested and dropped down back here on October 31st, backtested their weekly trigger like it was nobody's business. They literally squoze here. Look at this. Drop down from 113, so lots of volatility. They had a low of 85.75, but then boom, straight back up again to 104 or 107.28. They're doing the thing again. Normally, I would say this looks like distribution, right? You get the lower or the halfback trade right here, and you would begin to see, I guess you could make an argument that if they squeeze up here some more and they don't get the new high, we'll continue lower, right? Yes, that's distribution. You're wrong, Cap. But velocity is telling a different story. Velocity is telling you, no. We're not actually done here. We're actually going to swing higher. You can see it on weekly velo down below, too. So if you're looking for something like vicious, see that weekly velocity? See that like daily careening back down again? If you were to see price squeeze up and catch a new high, you could see more, boom, boom, high. Let's go that away. So take note on this ticker right here. As long as it stays on its daily trigger, keeps coming back down, $100. It might be looking for a major breakout. And also note that sell signal is at $112. It's the first time it's hit $112. I'm assuming that when it hit 100 here, you got $100 right here. Squoze up for it, sold down. They said, fuck you. And then they squeezed a bunch of shorts in here, right? Squeeze a bunch of shorts. They're all angry. Zombie bulls. Bam, sell you back down again. Get out from my short. Get long again, right? So this might be an upside move, not a distribution move to the downside. There's a lot of strength there. And there's a lot of strength and momentum as well. So keep your eyes on this ticker, Shark Ninja. Trading $105 right now. What I would be saying would be, of course, you want the new high, and you want to be following this trend where these buyers are the whole way up. So just keep it nice and simple. Snap a line like right here, and set an alert on Shark Ninja. Crossing down. Yeah, see down here, these buyers are here. They're like here. And they're squeezing this up again. You really want to see this catch a new high. Keep your eyes on that, because what you can do is turn this from distribution into a breakout to the upside. Yeah, right in there. That's like 100 like jump points. Bam, bam, bam. Because sometimes when we're doing this, what you do is just get rid of this. If this is not distribution, you're going to see some kind of like pounding action. And then a lower low, and then the breakout would actually take place. Yep, something like that. Right in there. Just hammer out all these sellers up in here and come back down. 1, 2, 3, boom, to the upside. SN is the ticker. We got to be close to the top. And you guys going to try to buy some puts in here? 12 o'clock right now. It's kind of like a do or die moment, isn't it? And the sellers are going to try to step in this half hour. We already know the vol control gang. They're going to try to take over for till 2:30. There's 1:30. There's 2. Let's take a peek at velocity on a 30-minute basis. We already did this one right here. And they're going to try to come in right now and sell. You can already see it. $30 minutes. Yeah, see, they're already trying to sell the half hour right here. Hourly's rolling a little bit in here. This fucking bear is going to try to do a hit and run. Time is it? That's now a 4-hour bar 2. That's R2. 15 minutes R2 right here. XLK is still pumping. Still a giant gap to the upside on SPX Gamma to 6,100. Q's on R3 right now. IWM hit their bottom down here. Traded a high of 241. IWM looking this drawdown is on IWM should be bought to go higher. Natural rejection point on IWM right now. DIA nailed their upside target, consolidating for a leg higher. VIX 9-day growing a little bit of balls. HYG still looking bullish. Dixie in the sweet spot right now for more upside. TNX looking a little bit bullish. TLT cranking. A little bit of rotation going on into TLT right now. God, look at gold, dude. If gold breaks out from this line right here, and they're parking it right now, but Bitcoin with a high of 99,800. Pump on Monday. They're burning calls on Tesla right now, but don't be afraid. Too many Tesla bulls. They're just gonna burn them, then rip it. Burn them, rip it. Watch out for a pullback here into 230. There's some rolling going on in Velo on a half an hour and hourly basis. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back with you guys. I gotta go potty really quick. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Yeah, Uncle Lino, it like gold is like a it's really like it's like here, let me go down here. We'll do gold really quick. So we talked about gold on Monday. It's like they're like we knew that they're ripping Bitcoin and stuff like that, but like gold was showing a like gold was like flashing a larger correction. It's like this, right? And then something like that down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 5. Yeah, something like that. Maybe wham down there. But right now they're just letting it do this, and like you got like short hair, and they're all watching this right here. So if gold begins to break out like this, it could get fucking violent, like squeeze all those assholes out. And you reverse this stuff in here, and it shit'll be on like Kong. Shit like this will happen. It'll be nothing. Wham, wham. And gold will rip some fucking faces off. I'm watching it closely. I'm sure that there's a short out there right now that's like angry. This is like a flat correction, not a sharp correction to the downside. So this is building bullish momentum to the upside right now. You can actually see the daily trigger is rolling higher. And I want to show you this right here. You see that right there? You're not getting the downside. You're getting the flat correction right now. And if you don't see price heading down with this corrective move and you start to show divergence in velocity on a daily basis, you could like make some serious bank. Something like that right there, whatever that is. I don't know what happened there, but wait a minute. Oh, let's look and see. Yeah, shit like that. This is what happens when you do a flat correction like this. Fuck you, your brother, your sister, your mother, your grandmother. That's no fun, is it? If you're short, that's no fun. They're doing it again right here. So it's like bam, 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 bam. No sharp correction and resolves. Yeehaw. just a warning to you out there if you're a gold bear. If you're a gold bear right now, you're getting a flat corrective move, and they will oftentimes result in some vicious upside trades. Moog. Yeah, SN is not looking as it's not looking as bearish as it is perceived, is it, Uncolino? It looks like it wants to really. It looks like it wants to break out above $100. No worries, Talking Monkey. I love you, man.
with a million subscribers.
So Trump picks Paul Atkins for SEC chair.
Don't get all bared up here. This is a 15-minute chart, right? You can see they bought this 15 minutes right here. They bought see that wick right there? Buyers delight here. They are trying to sell it here on, this is R3. They're trying to roll this down. There's like a couple things to note here. So like this is R3. If you lose that 15 minute, we will likely trade at least this 604.78 somewhere down in here, but this looks bullish to me. 5-minute basis. You know, they bought the 15-minute down here, and they're buying the 5-minute right here. See them? Like they're already buying, like this 5 minutes getting bought, and then on the 1 minute, here's the 1 minute right here. They're buying all this too. So, you know, you got some. I want to show you guys like time really quick. So this is 12 o'clock, right? Did they get the new low? Nope. Got bought right here. They bought that. This next half an hour, they got the new low, but that's on trend. So, you know, you need, like, if you're gonna win this thing, you can't be hanging out in here as a seller and not like get the slam down over here. You didn't get it, right? That didn't happen. And then you come in your next half an hour and buyers are stepping in again. Fuck you. No new low. That's like bullish. Sent it back down.
So Trump asked
couldn't get
William
off the
McKinley
trend.
to serve as counsel
Just showing
to
there's
Doge.
like massive demand in here. So they're trying to push this up again right now and catch these guys off sides.
And picks David
They're going
Warrington
to try to run
serve
this
as
fucker up
assistant to the
into
president and counsel to the president.
you know, up here into like 230 at least. 607.54 on track. And they're going to try to take that trend right there and trade this to 607.55. This doesn't work as a bear. Like none of that works. Like you need it to, like, at 12 p.m. you need to start that operation to the downside. You needed lows back here, even if it squoze again. But you just watch them buy. Like, look at buy the 15-minute down here. Just look at it on a 15-minute basis. Clear as day. See it right here. All these buyers are still here right now. They're just looking for. Sorry, did I move that? Sorry about that. And they're looking for the payoff right now. They want that squeeze up here to trade this 0708. And that'll all come back, but this group of buyers here, they're looking for that one more push higher. And they just got the new high again. 606.64. 606.54 in that high. And let's look at one more thing in here, too. Let's go down to the SPX Gamma. It's clear sailing in here. You look right. Oh, hold on here. Just so you can see it right here. You know, buy, 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 buy. And you know what they're trying for is this right here. 9:30 a.m. And this is right here. So this is 6069 6070. So this is 6070 right here. And we're on this, like, there was a decent support. And they're just basing this out right here. And this 15-minute candle right here, that 15-minute candle right there, they're just like all instigation for a squeeze. And they probably want to get it done before 12:30. Yeah, there it is right here. So this is the basing right here. Like, this is that 60-70. And they're just like, fuck you, we're going up. Like moonshot. I wouldn't be shocked today if there was either right now or well, this time will matter here, but either now or into the close, they're going to take a shot at trading this today. This is 1600 right here. Sorry, no, this stuff doesn't match depending on. You remember this. They're going to try to trade it. They're definitely, that's there, right? I shouldn't even put that up there, but they're going to try for it. I'm going to assure you that they're going to try for it. That would be the 6100. The one warning I do have for you, though, is this. Whatever this attempt is up here, there are massive sellers up here. So if we start squeezing, you're going to encounter traffic in here, and you're going to encounter traffic up here. There's an auto sell up here. It starts right here, and it ends right here. But these are like RTX sells. I think we can get up there, but just note that there's three things going on. So yeah, the first thing you have going on is You have the realization of calls in the money, so people taking the money and running. And then you have the compounded effect of dealers selling into that any kind of strength up here because they don't want to pay this. So, like dealers do not want to pay this at all. They don't mind. They won't mind paying it. They don't mind paying it closer to near a bell, or the closer we get to OPEX, the more they can destroy it. So just note as this look, you're like, yeah, we're gonna do this cap. I just want you to know that there's traders looking to take the money and run here and here, and there's dealers that will amplify that selling as well. At any time we come up here into OPEX, which is way down the road, right? The 20th. We're only on the 4th. So just be aware of that. What up, Matty Ryan? Good to see you, brother. Hey, Ben, man. Good to see you. Matty, you know they don't want fucking... they don't want any pew-pew guys running the Department of Defense, huh? Send his ass back to the fucking crayon eating. Like Pete Hegseth, they're like, no. We don't want you having the nukes, bro. We want you with the Department of Crayons. I'm like, there's no fucking way that's going to happen. No fucking way. They're not going to let that shit happen. Not that it wouldn't be cool and fun and shit, but like, you know, they're never going to allow that shit to happen. No fucking way.
Seeing downside in WTI oil.
Good to see you, brother. How you been? What's another thing we can tell here? Hold on. Let's look at one more thing. Hold on here. 1242. Where's 1242? Here's the last thing for you right now. This is the instigation candle right here. If you are a bear, you're bearish here, and you're like, oh, Cap, we're not going up there. We already know the sellers are hiding out up there. I'll tell you this. If you want to get bearish, this is the DMZ. This is where, if you're a bull, you cannot lose that green box right there. That one right there. So there you go. This is all you really need right now. That's all you need to know. As long as that green box holds right there, bull's still in control for higher highs. Fairly easy.
ECB's Lagarde says Europe needs a less fragmented financial
Give me one quick second. Give me 2 more minutes. I'll be right back. Give me like 5 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. We'll chat. Yeah, he speaks at 1:45. Give me like 2 minutes here. Give me like 2 more minutes.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
All right. Do. All right, here we go. What we got here? Break time. Be right back. Old man. Old man. Be right back. How you doing, Matt Ryan? Good to see you, man. What do we say here? Trump's going to dismiss Congress and get everybody appointed in. I have this whole yeah, all they got to hold is this right here. So this is all they got to hold. Let's take a quick look at a few things here. So yeah, Pete Hegseth. That's the guy's name, Pete Hegseth. Like, I don't think the guy is not a good guy or anything, or he's not a banger or whatever. It's just really like defense secretary. Like anybody with some large organization skills. I mean, I hate to say DeSantis. So they were like, Trump was floating DeSantis as a replacement candidate. And then I was thinking, they probably floated Hegseth to get DeSantis through. I'm not a fan of DeSantis, but DeSantis has a lot of experience with large organizations, and that is something that you have to consider. Like as a baseline, do you have experience with large organizations? And you need to have that experience. You really do. I think I said that about Hegseth the first time too. Like, he's got no experience with large organizations. I think it's a misstep. We have like ex Delta Force guys and ex special warfare type of guys that have had positions like that, but they've made it their career to work in large organizations. Like, you do need to have like 20, 30 fucking years. Even if like special forces, anything like that, like you still need to be like progressing your career as a leader of large organizations. I don't think that that's appropriate for that guy, Pete Hegseth. Give him another position in the government. Wrong guy. We need junkyard dogs, not managers. No. No. I know that sounds great in theory. That's not what you need. I know that's what you think you need. I get it. I understand the feeling. That's what populism is. If we ran with populists, we would be fucking Nigeria. I'm sorry. That's what we would be. We're the first world nation. We are the number one nation in the world, period. Whether you like that or not, that's who we are. For a reason. Because it's complicated and it's complex. It's not easy. You can have a junkyard dog, too, that has that experience. But just saying we're going to throw Mikey in over there, that doesn't fly. Sorry. Normally that does not fly. It's wrong kind of junkyard dog. When you have no experience doing that, no. The answer is no. The adults are going to run the show. All the managers are corrupt. Yeah, they all are. The ones you're picking are too. Like, that's what it is, right? Like, kind of what we're doing, isn't it? We were headed towards third world anyway. You guys have these fantasies, man. You guys have these like fantasies. We want to do it right now. Like right now. Tear it all down. Hold on a second here. Come on, give me a second here. I want burning tires rolling down the center of Main Street. What else we got here? Trump picks Paul Atkins for SEC chair. Trump picks Gail Slater as Assistant Attorney General for the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice. I don't think Pete, what's his name there? Pete Hegseth couldn't be a good in that position, but he has to like work his way through to that position. It's usually not a good idea in large organizations, like pick the dishwasher and say you're now the CEO. It sounds great. Like it sounds like a movie, but in reality, that doesn't always work out that well. If you wanted that change too, you could have had it with who was the other guy there? Bernie Sanders. You guys didn't want him either, right? They brought in Bloomberg. They're like, we ain't doing that real change stuff. I assume that's what's gonna happen here too. Like the reality is, none of this is happening. It's all talk. What do we got here? A bunch of stuff on BlackRock. I think the gray suits come in and they're like, no, you do whatever you want and you're stumping. You know what else it reminds me of? It reminds me of like Trump's first presidency. There were a lot of promises that never happened. And then, you know who else it really reminds me of is Obama. Obama promised that shit too. You guys like like Obama was a populist. He's very similar to Trump. You guys are like, no, he isn't. Nowhere near Trump is. He promised so much. And he had a 2-term presidency, right? He had all 8 together. And they shut his ass up. If you ask anyone that was an Obama supporter, after the first 2 years, they hogtied him to a chair and said, keep making promises, but none of that shit's going to happen. Like, what is it? What is he doing? Like hope and change and all that kind of stuff. And they just gridlocked his ass for 6 straight years. Like it or hate it or whatever. There have been some populists that have gotten stuff done. Reagan got a lot of stuff done, right? He made a bunch of change. You can see it in the stock market. 1978, 1987, massive changes. Yeah, I don't think we're on disagreement that all the managers are corrupt. Like all that kind of like that rhetoric, I agree with that. I think most people do. It's like, who do you replace them with, though? I don't know what the answer to that is. I honestly don't. I think Joe Donut has a lot to say on this. Sometimes he talks about like what was it like Warren Buffett had some ideas on the Senate and the House, and he explained how the Senate and House could work around those rules. And Joe Donut, if you ever reach out to Joe Donut sometime and say, how could we actually do this? He actually has some really good ideas on it, and how you could actually impose real law to
surely expecting the results of the Fed reverse
the
repo
corruption,
operation.
right? The mismanagement, the corruption, all that kind of stuff. Same with like the illegal immigration and stuff like that. Like, is it going to just be sweetheart deals with certain companies, which with large illegal immigrant stakeholder workforce, or is it going to be swift change for a legal path for illegal immigrants? Do you guys get what I'm saying with this stuff? It's like, I know what you want. I know what I want. I don't like illegal immigrants coming and going however they please. I don't think anyone does. I don't think party matters in that stuff. But do you get the actual like reform that you're promised? Or is it just raping and pillaging? Is it just a grift to make inroads for power and dynasty and all that kind of stuff? And what happens in 4 years or 6 years when you turn around and you go, hey,
65
I wanted all this
counterparties
stuff.
take
My name's
$162.866 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
Who do I blame for that? Do I blame you? Do we blame Trump? Who do we blame? Do I blame Elon? Like, who do I get to blame? Do you know what I mean by that? Not like, hey, you didn't get this stuff done, but or like who do I get to blame for that? Do you know what I mean? Or you, or even you? Who do you get to blame, FX Retracer? What's your next step if this doesn't happen? That's my question to you. If this doesn't happen, if it turns into like, well, they gridlocked us, or well, we didn't have enough time, or that person turned out not to be the right person. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like the Bob the dishwasher didn't work out. Oh, well, then what? Like, what do we do from there? Rather than maybe regular people run for office, and from that legislation we can make those changes airtight. We never get that though, do we? You know what happened to Obama too? Hold on, I gotta pound some more of this shit. Another thing that happened to Obama was, this is like greedflation, same lines as greedflation. When you're like, well, Trump's going to do all this stuff. Obama said he was going to do a bunch of shit too. There's so much fucking greed out there. It's disgusting, right? We both agree on that. All of us agree on that, right? When they go to make these deals, they have backroom deals. And if you don't agree to it, your shit doesn't get passed. And I'll give you a recent example. Marjorie Greene Taylor, right? They weren't going to allow Matt Gaetz to slide through. And what did she say? She came out public and said, you are all paying off hush money. Right? She said that publicly. If you don't push him through, I'm going to tell everybody. Did she? No. And he removed himself and said, I'm just going to back away from all of this, right? So it still goes on. And my point here, what I'm coming to, is that even when you want all this stuff to go through, there's always like leeches and fucking like self-interest. That's why we have like an aircraft is built all over the U.S., right? I want the screws made in my state. Mike over here wants the fucking frame built in his state, and I don't know, Joe over here's got the transportation to move the parts from here to here from this state over here. You know what I mean? So you get like all this shit is dispersed for favors, right? All over the country. So when they're talking about all this stuff, and then it finally gets into the hands of the state of the House of Reps, every single fucking person is going to have their hand out. Like, oh, you want to do this? You want to do that? You want to enlist the sheriffs from my state? I want a deal. You want to enlist this, or you want to pass this law to gut this program? Well, what about my constituency? I want you to save my constituency from my red state, and I want you to take it all from California. You know what I'm saying? So there's like horse trading going on even then in the background. So you need like some kind of systematic. I think truly you need a systematic change from the House of Reps and the Senate. It would need to be based from there, not the presidency. Probably need to be some kind of like a revolution, right? A revolution of voting and running for office. I guess like Bob the dishwasher would need to run for the Senate, for the House of Reps. But like that's the thing about the human condition. Like humans are the, or you go to a full totalitarian government, right? That's how you get to the oligarchs and totalitarianism, right? You get dictatorships that tell you what you're going to do, even if it's a benevolent dictatorship, which parents are. Parents can be benevolent dictators, right? In the dichotomy of like, if you've been at college and stuff, you know that the smallest form of government is your own person, and then the next. A larger form of government would be you and a loved one, maybe a boyfriend or a girlfriend, husband and wife. Then if you have children, you add into that, then you have a new form of government, right? With you and your wife and your husbands or whatever, and your children. And then you have extended family. And then you have your street you live on, right, with the community. You get your city, your town, your county, and then your state and your federal government. You even have a government that you go to at work, right? There's always a hierarchy inside of that government as well. So if you really want that change, there's only a few avenues, isn't there? You'd need revolt from the lower classes of that benevolent dictatorship or non-benevolent. You have like an asshole father or something like that, asshole mother or something like that. But that would be the only other way that you could have like goodness without competing interests with leverage. Let me see here. Okay, so it is 1:22. We get at 1:45 a Jerome Powell speech. Now, Federal Reserve officials conveyed optimism that inflation is subsiding and the labor market remains robust, supporting the possibility of further interest rate cuts, though at a measured pace. Minutes from November 6th through 7th meeting showed officials noted that monetary policy decisions are contingent on economic trends and cautioned against making premature rate cuts. The volatility in recent data, I don't know if I'm calling that volatility, and uncertainty about the neutral interest rate's impact on economic activity made policymaking particularly challenging. Some participants suggested keeping rates at restricted levels if inflation persisted, while others advocated for accelerated cuts if labor markets weakened. The meeting avoided addressing economic implications of Donald Trump's recent presidential election victory, but acknowledged the need for flexibility. And we have a Fed speech here coming up shortly. You can see this weakness right now. This is likely people exiting the market. You can see it on Bookmap right now. You can see all that black area there. That's liquidity leaving the market, currently awaiting the speech that's coming up in the next, 15, 20 minutes. So they're going to park this market here. This is where the bulls hold the line, this green line here. They will likely lose this into that speech. That speech takes place right. Let me go take a peek here. 15:30. Got that in the wrong space. We're going to add one more line in here, 13:45. And we're going to get the text of that speech here in the show. You'll hear it spoken to you. Make that a number 2 here. When the bulls lose this green bar, we will likely trade down to this 15-minute here. And we also have 2 more targets down below. Got one target right here and another target in this vicinity down below right here. So you got PT1. Right there, 15 minutes. It's going to be a PT2. And I saw earlier someone was saying maybe Jerome Powell causes a crash or correction or something like that today. I wouldn't particularly expect Jerome to do that. He's a part of the bureaucracy. He doesn't like to get involved in politics. Can I bring this? No, I want to bring it to the front. Okay, I guess it's in the front. Maybe we can catch a nice dip in here during this time period. Now, Jerome doesn't like to get involved in politics at all. He doesn't like it. And we have an economic forecast coming out on not only a rate decision, but an economic forecast coming out later in December. So I would expect Jerome not to speak too much in regards to the presidency at the speech today. I don't think you're going to get it. So that's on the 18th at 2 p.m. We get the Fed rate decision and the FOMC economic projections. I would expect, though, some talk about economic projections and Trump as president at that meeting on the 18th. I don't think he would talk much about this. But if you wanted to think maybe he will, there is one thing that the Fed will sometimes do. They will introduce new language that's softer than the hawkishness they're going to really talk about in the future. So the Fed has said that they're not, that they are not, that they're not going to disclose to you, they're not going to lie to you, or they're not going to like drop bombs on you anymore, right? They're not going to come out in the middle of a presser and say, "Oh yeah, we're just hiking rates 50 basis points," and not give you forewarning. So what they do now is they change their verbiage slowly over time. So you could get some of that today. It's possible. It's possible you get a little bit of the verbiage change in some of this speech at 1:45. We'll have it here. I've got it here for you. Let me make sure I got everything lined up for the speech here in just a moment here. Turn some of that off there. So we've got the Federal Reserve Chair Powell speaking at the New York Times Deal Book Summit. I've got the speech here ready to go. So we'll have it live for you to watch in the bottom right-hand side of your screen down here. You'll have it down below. SPX coming back into support at 60.70. Note that there's a giant gap left down below. Just so you can see this gap here. This is local support, but local support extends all the way down here. And I want you to note this is at the closing bell of yesterday. So let's take a look at the trigger screen really quick. This is that gap right here. And you'll notice the 4, the 3, the 1, the PT3, PT4 down below. Bulls losing support on the 15-minute. PT1 hit. PT2 now in play. Here's the gap
So at
closure
1:40
down below.
p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Powell, who speaks in the
You can
moderated
see
discussion at
liquidity
the
leaving
New
the
York
market.
Times Deal Book Summit. No text expected, but there will be a Q&A.
PT2 target hit. R2 still hasn't been hit yet, which is 605.29, 28. Almost 9 minutes until the speech begins. I'm going to try to get long in here. I'm going to try to get long myself. We can get down in here. Somewhere down in here, I want to get long. Let me check this I'm gonna head into the Discord really quick. I'm trying to catch up on DMs, and it's been nonstop DM. Discord. I come back from vacation. It's like I got millions of people to catch up with. Where is the premium bot? I love this premium bot. Stop it. What's going on with that? Check this really quick. SPY. I just used NetFlow. I just used NetFlow on the UW premium tool in the Discord, and you can see like calls just fell off. Puts are now rising. Everybody's on puts now. You can like literally like go if you go inside the premium bots channel and just look at the the fucking calls just fell off a cliff, and the people were buying puts up here. I don't know why, or not up here, but they're buying puts way back here. Yeah, not really. It was kind of steadyish. But you should see like the call buying just like went. Everybody took the calls and ran. We got anything else down here? Pivot points right here. Intraday bullish gamma, like 0-day gamma is like right here. This is positive and negative on the day. S1's down here. Trend is right here. Trend is at 601.87. So if you're looking for more doom than just right here. If you wanted like a sell everything or CJJ's used call lot. That's at 601.79. Parked on the half an hour trigger. This has been the instigation point for we have a halfback trade to close the gap right now. Still have not hit the 1030 low. 1030 low is at 604.95. 604.95 was the 10:30 a.m. low. $604.95. Four minutes. Until Jerome speaks. Come on, a little bit more down. Come on down just a little bit more. Come on down, baby. And one other thing to mention here too. We have tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but on tomorrow. Well, tomorrow we've got initial claims, continuing claims, and then Friday we've got non-NFP and unemployment rate. So we still have some vol. Like the bear story is still kind of, there's like two things here. There's like the bear thesis for like catalysts for volatility. They've got like 3 events this week, but we don't have a lot of events next week until I think Wednesday or Thursday. When we're bullish and we have no events, the market can move to the downside usually. It's like the opposite. Like volatility is what makes market moves, right? To the upside too. But that bear thesis, man, you pretty much got Jerome today. You've got the claims tomorrow, and you've got a couple events on Friday morning. 6:05. Do we touch the low there? Nope, missed the morning low. 6:05.20 right now. I think it was 6:04.95. 6:04.95. So we're kind of close to a new daily low. A few more pennies. I got to set up a trade here. I'm looking at 630 Cs right now for the 30th. They're 39 cents. And then a 625 is 76 cents. Which I find ironic. They're like, we'll give you 625, but we're definitely not giving you you're definitely going to pay some premium for that 625 there, Haas. What about like January 10th?
At 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect
like
comments from Fed's Powell, who speaks in a moderated discussion at the New York Times Deal Book Summit. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Right now. An in-the-money call spread for January 17th expiry, like hold those fuckers right to like 3:45 in the afternoon on January 17th. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. 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 For a 630 Cs. 630 Cs for January 17th are $1.59. That's cheap. That's dirt fucking cheap. Dirt fucking cheap. 630 calls for January 17th. I gotta check what those would be worth if they were deep in the money. It'd be worth some good money, huh? At least $3 or $4. I'm looking for FX retrace. I'm looking for like call spreads here. Like 625s. 625 is the magic number. Put them on for like the 17th of January. Sit back and drink eggnog and I don't know. I said to somebody on Twitter last night, I was like, it's the season, man. Like, just sit back, put on some call spreads, you know, go to a holiday party with your loved one. And if they get buzzy, you can get laid. Like, just chill. It's the holidays. Look at that. Vol control coming in right now. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on here.
Here.
You guys hear this?
The chair of the Federal Reserve. We talk about a lot of consequential people who come on this stage, but in truth, when it comes to the global economy, this one man may be it. He has been in charge of the nation's monetary policy.
I can't hear this for some reason.
6 years.
Can you guys hear Jerome speaking right now?
President Trump and President Biden, and through the most unusual and challenging times, we should that. Fair to say that the fears of a recession never happened, so far at least, and he has managed to pilot the economy through what a lot of people thought was an impossible idea, which is this idea of a soft landing. He has been praised and criticized, often in the same day, and now the very idea of the Fed's independence is in question politically in Washington, which we'll talk about. We could not be more pleased to have you here with us, so thank you.
Thanks. It's great to be here, Andrew.
What the?
Do people talk directly, specifically, and start about the economy? People actually rarely, I have found, try to find out about you and who you are and how this all happened and how you feel about all of this. And so before we get into anything economic, I just want to get personal with you because, as I said, you know, there's a lot of powerful people in the world. A lot of them come on this stage. There are presidents, there are CEOs, there are billionaires who are powerful. But in many ways, uniquely,
This
you
is
have
a
a power
fucking,
that others do not.
This is a victory
and I'm
lap.
very curious, just as a human, how that power sits with you.
Well, first of all, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
This is a fucking
I guess
victory
I would
lap.
say that I really love the work that I do, and that's the main thing. I like my job. I love my job. It's a great honor to do it. The work is incredibly interesting all the time, and I work at an institution full of highly talented people who are committed to public service. We know that the things that we do really matter for everybody, you know, people and companies, and so I get enormous satisfaction about that. And I you know, there's a fair amount of responsibility, but you think about people who run large organizations, it probably feels very much the same.
Even when you can just change the dial and it changes everything.
So I've been at the Fed for almost 13 years, and I've been chair for 6.5 years, and I'm kind of used to the work that we do and the way we do it and all that. And so, I don't experience it as difficult and unpleasant, although, you know, it can certainly be that. But I just feel I feel lucky to do it, and I basically enjoy the work a great deal.
Okay, so let's just go back in time, though, just to explain a little bit to everybody about how this happened. And it didn't just happen to you. It's something that you wanted. You graduated from Princeton. After Princeton, by the way, you went to Europe, from what I've read now. You have a guitar.
Yeah.
You were playing music in Paris, including the song "I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry." Could you still play that song?
That's not a hard song to play. I could play that song. I can't sing it very well.
Did you make
anymore.
money doing this?
No, never. People pay me to stop, actually.
And then you come back to the States, and you become a lawyer. Then you go to Dillon Reed.
Yeah.
And when you're at Dillon Reed, which was an investment bank, just to date the world here, no longer with us, it's been merged into a whole bunch of other places since then, you had a boss named Nicholas Brady, who later on, by the way, becomes the Treasury Secretary. But I'm curious, you're sitting there at this bank, and it was at this bank that you knew that you wanted to do something in public service.
Actually, when I was in college, I'm not one of those very mature kids who came out with a plan. I really had one thought. I'd grown up in Washington, D.C. My family was not part of the government and those elite circles, but I had this thought that I wanted to have a life which was mostly in the private sector, but then to do public service from time to time. And I had people like Cyrus Vance and George Shultz, who some of you may remember, in mind. People like that who had great private sector careers. That was the only idea that I had. And so one day at Dillon Read, I forced myself to get up and walk up the stairs and knock on Nick Brady's giant office, which seemed to me like the Palace of Versailles at the time, given I was working in a broom closet at the time, and say, Nick, if you do anything in Washington, he's a former U.S. Senator. He was close to former President George H.W. Bush. If you do anything in Washington, I'd love to staff you. And he said, that's great, thanks. He asked his assistant to write my name down, and I went back to my broom closet, thinking nothing would happen. But a couple months later, I get a call from Denise Emmett, who says, please come up. And I worked on a project with Nick Brady in Washington. We became friends and colleagues. He becomes Secretary of the Treasury, eventually invites me to go to Washington as an assistant secretary. And honest to God, the point of the story is that little bit of initiative to force myself to get up and, very fearfully knock on his door, thinking he might take it the wrong way. Maybe I wanted to leave the firm or something. And that little bit of initiative, without that, I would not be sitting here. There's no way I'd be sitting here. That is what opened the door to me to do public service at a high level that I hadn't really earned or deserved. So that's
Did you ever think, you don't have a PhD?
No.
So did you ever think that you wanted to go to the Fed?
So when I worked at Treasury for 3 years, and I really liked the people at the Fed, people like Don Cohn and Alan Greenspan and many others. I liked it, but I never thought that's where I would wind up. I thought I'd love to come back and serve again in some kind of economic capacity, but I never thought I would be at the Fed. So then what happened was I did a study of the debt ceiling during the 2010 debt ceiling crisis, and I briefed really the Republican House and Senate caucuses and convinced them that they had to raise the debt ceiling, that it wasn't a fake thing, that there really would be a default. And the Obama administration was extremely grateful to me for doing that and nominated me to the Fed. And I've loved it really since I started there.
So you never had the sense, there's a guy you probably know who has a sense that your job, he says, it's the greatest job in government. You show up to the office once a month and you say, let's flip a coin, and everybody talks about you like you're a god.
Yeah.
That is President-elect Trump.
I know, yeah. So he's right. The part about it being the greatest job, it might well be right. I have to say I do, as I mentioned, I do love the work, and it's a special place to be surrounded by people who are so dedicated and to know that your work really matters for people. It's a very special honor to do that work.
Did you laugh when you heard that?
I thought he's partly right there but he's not right about the come to work once every month.
Just the flipping of the coin part?
Yeah, that part it's not like that. Not like that.
Let me ask you this, because it is the sort of political question that I think is in the mix right now. Which is, you have talked a lot about the importance of the independence of the Federal Reserve. This is a group of people that I know that you are highly committed to. And there are now genuine questions because the president-elect
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the Fed's beige book
about the idea that maybe the Federal Reserve should come under more control and have the White House should have more influence over it. What do you think when you hear that?
Well, I think that what is the case for the Fed being...
So Fed's Powell says there is broad support in both parties for an independent Fed, but I do not think there is a risk of losing it.
Other than by Congress, which created it. We're a creature of Congress. We're not in the Constitution. We're a creature of statute. So that's what independent means. And that gives us the ability to make these decisions for the benefit of all Americans at all times.
And Fed's Powell says the US economy is in remarkably good shape, and I feel very good about where monetary policy is.
Maximum employment and price stability for the benefit of all Americans and keep out of politics completely. I think there is very, very broad support for that set of ideas in Congress, in both political parties, on both sides of the hill. And that's what really matters. It's the law of the land, and I'm not concerned that there's some risk that we would lose our statutory independence, because I do think that those set of ideas are strongly believed by people.
But do you fear, I mean, he has talked openly about firing you, which is something technically he's not supposed to be able to do.
So I never discuss anything that elected officials say, so I'm going to disappoint you here. I just know, this is our focus. The U.S. economy is in very good shape right now. It's in remarkably good shape. We are the sort of envy of other large economies around the world. And I want to do everything I can to keep it there during the rest of my term. And I feel very good about where the economy is and where monetary policy is.
We're going to go there in a moment, and I'm going to try a slightly different approach with you, which is this. Because this guy's not elected yet, or even confirmed. So the new Treasury Secretary, likely to be, if he gets confirmed, Scott Bessent, who I think you know, has made this is what he told Barron's. He said it publicly. He said, quote, and this is an effort to undermine your power. He said, you could do the earliest Fed nomination and create a shadow Fed chair. And based on the concept of forward guidance, effectively the idea of what people expect in the future, no one is really going to care what Jerome Powell has to say anymore.
Everybody's laughing in the audience.
What do you think the impact of something
A
like that
shadow
would be? Do you believe that
Fed
that's
chair?
even a possibility in the world?
So let me say, I don't think that's on the table at all. There's a set of institutional relationships between the Fed and every administration. I fully expect that we'll have the same general kinds of relationships that we have, institutional relationships, for example, with the Council of Economic
This shit
Advisors,
is
but most
fucking
importantly,
absurd.
with the Treasury Department. The Treasury Secretary and the Fed Chair have had breakfast or lunch together every week for 75 years. And not more than that, the institutions have to, there's got to be trust and mutual respect and acknowledgement of the different authorities and boundaries that we have, but a very constructive relationship because, in times of crisis, we work much more together under the law. Nonetheless, it's a very important relationship, and I'm confident that we'll have the same kinds of relationsps with the incoming administration.
That first lunch, though, is going to be interesting.
It's going to be fine.
Have you guys talked?
I don't know him. I don't know him well, but I am confident that I will have the same kind of relationship with him once he's confirmed as I've had with other Treasury Secretaries.
This is pure fucking insanity.
That's in the same category, but actually very different, about just influence from the White House, because I think the public, it would help people to understand it. So before Paul Volcker passed away, I went to go visit him in his apartment on the Upper East Side. This is back in 2018. I was writing a story about him. And he had just written a book, and he had talked about and told me a story about how President Ronald Reagan and his chief of staff back then, James Baker, had asked him to come to the Oval Office. This is in 1984. And he says,
Fed's
quote,
Powell
"Reagan didn't say a
says
word.
Trump said the
Instead,
same things
Baker
privately in his
delivered a
first
message.
administration as
The
he did
president was
publicly.
ordering you not to raise interest rates before the election." Now, Volcker wasn't planning to raise interest rates, and he said that he was stunned by all of this. And then he went on to say that he later surmised that the library location had been chosen, quote, because unlike the Oval Office, it probably lacked a taping system. Has anything like that ever happened to you?
Basically, no. No. I mean, you remember in the prior administration, there was a lot of public things that happened, and the things that happened in private were exactly the same. The president said the same things to me
Jerome's like,
privately as he
suck
said
my
publicly.
fucking
I said the same
balls.
things
You're going to
privately
do
as the
this
president
shadow
said.
At
fucking
2 p.m.
chair.
Eastern Time, we get the Fed's
All of
beige
that
book.
it was in the
Voice
prior
news
administration.
disconnected.
Eat my
Nothing
ass.
I know I'm very familiar with that story and with that book, by the way, but nothing exactly like that happened.
The other question that I had just is this is a government question, which is we've been talking about Doge and things like that today. The Fed is self-funded, my understanding.
Yes.
But it does have congressional oversight.
Yes.
As Congress thinks about trying to figure out how to deal with the debt and the deficits and trying to make things more efficient, do you think that the Fed could come into or come under some kind of Doge-like program?
Oh, Jesus Christ. No, it's
Part
not.
of our independence is that we are self-funded and we have,
They don't understand the
ability
basic
to
idea of
make
the
our own decisions
concept
about
behind
hiring people
how
and
the
that kind of thing.
fucking
So we've
Fed
got-
was
we've got strong
formed.
legal independence. We do try to run the Fed respectfully, and we know these are taxpayer dollars, even though we do.
The gray suits,
essentially,
baby.
We have a large balance sheet, and our assets earn more than our liabilities, so we're earning a spread, and we give those profits every year to the Treasury Department. but we also use some of it to pay for the Fed. But we try to be good, stewards of the public's money as well.
Tell them that they're the gray suits. Tell them.
And it differs from many of the other predecessors of yours is you speak very plainly and very openly and transparently. Alan Greenspan spoke somewhat obtusely. There was always this sort of communication divide in some ways, and I'm so curious how.
Oh yeah, there you go. Print it out, baby. Start printing.
And some people, by the way, would argue over communicating in terms of the way the Fed approaches its job today. Sort of post-financial crisis, there really was a move to try to tell the public what was going to happen, to try to tell everybody where everybody thought the Fed was about to go, and whether you think long-term that has helped you, or long-term whether you think that has to be rethought.
So go back 50 years, and central banks were mysterious, and there was a lot of lore that was the right thing to be. Then there was a bunch of academic research by people like Alan Blinder and others, which came to the view, which is, I think, clearly correct, that if the market and the public understand how you will react to incoming data, then they'll do your work for you. So today, when some economic event happens, markets adjust immediately, long before we take
so the
action.
YouTube volume that's
the
coming in is low.
To be as transparent as possible.
I apologize for that.
People do make the
I'll
argument
turn my
that,
mic down too. How about that to
maybe
match
it's
the
too much.
volume? You
But I
guys
think
turn your
generally
volume
the
up and
overall trend over 40 years of history has been very
I'll
constructive.
turn mine down so that
and also,
it doesn't
we're a public entity.
overplay
We shouldn't be
above the
mysterious.
Jerome.
We should be telling people what we're doing and why. In terms
I
of
just turned my
speaking
volume down
plainly,
just now so you can turn your
I think
volume
it's
up
important
at home.
that
I
that
apologize
the
for that.
interested public be able to understand what we're doing. And so
the volume
it's
coming
important
in
that
is
we
very
explain it
low,
in a way
and
that doesn't
my,
include a lot of
booster
jargon.
is not
Jargon
working
is
to
really
boost his
important when
volume
you're talking
either.
to other central bankers or other economists. But when you talk to the public and use jargon, you just make people angry because it excludes people.
But do you think it makes it harder for you to make a snap decision if a snap decision is necessary? Because the markets have already moved on this expectation of where they think you're supposed to be or where they think you're going.
I haven't. That hasn't happened. I mean, we've moved very, very quickly, both up and down with rates when it became appropriate to do so.
Listen to this
I mean,
closely
we
here.
cut rates. We were the first central bank in the world to cut rates to zero during the pandemic, and we raised rates during the inflation faster than the Fed ever has.
So here's a question about where we are now in this economy. And I want to get into maybe where the economy may go. But the expectation is that you're going to cut rates. But I'm curious about why that is the expectation, insofar as we're still in a moment where it appears that inflation looks a little stickier than we thought it did. And the economy is stronger in many ways than had been expected. And so the question is, what is the cost, if you will, of waiting?
Right. So let me take a step back on that and just say the background is that, as I mentioned, the U.S. economy is doing very well. We're in a very good place with the economy. We're growing at around 2.5%, and inflation has come down. Headline inflation was as high as 7.2 or so. Now it's at 2.3%. And unemployment's at 4.1%, which is a little higher than it was a couple years ago, but it's still it's a very, very low level. And, we're not quite there on inflation, but we're still making progress. So the backstory is that the U.S. economy is in very good shape, and there's no reason for that not to continue. So we raised rates to between 5.25 and 5.5, and we held them there for 14 months. And other central banks around the world had already started cutting. We were the last major central bank to cut. And we're now on a path to bring rates back down to a more neutral level over time. But you're right, the economy is strong, and it's stronger than we thought it was going to be in September. So the labor market is better, and the downside risks appear to be less in the labor market. Growth is definitely stronger than we thought, and inflation is coming a little higher. So the good news is that we can afford to be a little more cautious as we try to find neutral.
Tell me, I'm actually very curious about this, just how you think about it. Occasionally when you either get it wrong or it's not where you think it was going to go. As you just said, you had a different view in September than you do now. Obviously things change, but what was it in September that surprised you? And if you could go back in time, do you think that you would have known the difference?
Well, in September, what we saw was the unemployment rate had moved up close to a full percentage point. And again, we'd held on long after other major central banks had cut. And I mean, more broadly, there are two risks, right? There's the risk that we move too quickly and undermine the progress we've made on inflation, and there's the risk that we move too slowly and unnecessarily undermine the labor market. And we're trying to be in that middle place.
That's right.
And get it just right so that we continue to get inflation coming down. We keep policy at a restrictive level, but at less restrictive level over time. That's what we're trying to do. I would say in September, it was time for us to cut because it was time, but also because I wanted to send, and we wanted to send a strong signal that we were going to support the labor market if it continued to weaken. What happened instead was, in the couple of months after that, we got some data revisions which strongly suggested that the economy is even stronger than we thought. So the picture is actually stronger than it was then.
How do you think we, as the public, should think about when we get these labor numbers, which, by the way, seem to get revised all the time? Do we have a counting problem? What is no? And I ask it really because oftentimes we'll see a number, and then you'll find out, a month later that not only was their new number, but actually the old number was off by more than you could expect. Do you think there's a better way?
So the way it works is that the numbers that people see from the household survey is the unemployment rate, and then the payroll jobs, that's an establishment, economic establishment survey. A job number comes in and then it gets revised down the next month. And that's typical when the unemployment rate is going up. The labor market data is among the best data that we get. We do eventually, the Fed doesn't do this kind of data, but it eventually gets down to counting people and tax records and things like that. But the first numbers that you see are survey-based. And
into some of the things that may be forward-looking in terms of political or new policy changes. So we heard a couple things this morning when we were talking to Ken Griffin. One is he thinks that the economy is about to rip in a great way because the regulatory shackles are going to come off the system that were under the Biden administration, and President-elect Trump is going to take that off. At the same time, we also talked about tariffs and the uncertainty that would create, which he does not think is going to actually create much uncertainty, at least for a while. How do you, sitting in your seat, think about those things?
So, like all forecasters, we have to kind of make a guess at this point about what's going to mean for the economy. But let's take tariffs. Here's what we don't know about tariffs. We don't know how big they'll be. We don't know their timing and their duration. We don't know what goods will be tariffed. We don't know what countries' goods will be tariffed. We don't know how that will play into prices. What will be the transmission into prices? We don't know how people in the markets and in the economy will react to that. And we don't know whether other countries will retaliate. So that's the list of things that we don't know. It's a partial list of the things we don't know. So
what the consumer
we
can
can't
absorb.
Really start making policy on that at this time. That is something that lies well into the future. We have to let this play out. We literally don't know all those things. The main thing we don't know is all the other things that will be happening in the economy in 6 months or a year when this starts to matter. So what are we doing? We're modeling this. We're looking at it. We're evaluating it. We're observing. But it's right. The decisions we're making right now are not about that. They're about what's happening in the economy now.
Similar answer in terms of immigration. And the reason I ask about immigration is, the CBO has calculated that if there's one force in the economy today that could be a major boost or not to GDP, jobs, tax revenue, lowering the deficit, all of it, seems to be about higher net immigration.
There's a bear somewhere out there watching this show right now.
Let me say, for both trade and immigration, the Fed has no role in that policy. We don't have an institutional view on the right level of tariffs or the right level of immigration. It's just not our job. That's the job of elected people, and we don't comment on the decisions they make for whatever reason they do. We don't comment on it. But I can tell you, there was a great deal of significant wave of immigration. It's now the level of immigration has come way down in the second half of this year as the Biden administration changed its policies. Right. It's true that a lot of people came in and they went to work, and that was part of why the GDP growth was so high in 2023 was a wave of people coming in and doing more work and spending money.
I know the dollar is the Treasury's department, so I'm not going to ask you about the dollar per se, but I am curious, just because it relates to tariffs. There has been this sort of speculation around tariffing countries, BRIC countries, that may be trying to build their own currency. And long term, if you're just to think out a long time, the idea of the U.S. as a reserve currency relative to somebody else creating their own, is it something that concerns you?
You know, so, I mean, you started with this. The administration, and more particularly the Treasury Department, has responsibility for the value of the dollar and for exchange. It's not something that we opine on. We stay away from that, and they stay away from, what we do.
You hope. Let me ask you a slightly different question about crypto. We were talking earlier also about Bitcoin, and it's going, it's rising. There's talk in Washington also about creating a Bitcoin reserve, actually. You do deal with currencies to some degree, and you have to think about some of these issues. How does crypto sit with you right now at a time when it appears that this next administration may legalize it in a much more broader way? I mean, it's legal now, but that there might be a much bigger groundswell for it.
So from the jobs that we have, what's relevant is really two things. One is just, what role should crypto assets be allowed to play in the banking system? We try to keep the banking system safe and sound. We regulate and supervise banks, and we would want the interaction between the crypto business and the banks to not to threaten the health and well-being of the banks. That's thing one. The other one just is, to the extent anybody's doing that through a bank, we would want the public to, if people are buying, crypto products and things like that, there's sort of a consumer protection aspect of it. But they should need to understand exactly what it is and that sort of thing. But we're not, we don't regulate it directly, and we don't have that big of a role.
Would you ever own it yourself?
I'm not allowed to.
You're not allowed to?
No.
One of the big issues coming up is going to be taxes and the budget. We talked about DOGE and all of this. One thing that you have spoken out quite emphatically about is debt and deficits. You've been doing that now for a very, very long time. What is, in your mind, the tipping point for the debt and the deficit? In that, for a very long time, I go back to thinking of 2010 or 11. I read some of the speeches you were giving back then, and thinking about Simpson Bowles. And at that time, people talked about the debt and deficit. We're at a tipping point. If we don't deal with it immediately, we're at a knife's edge. We're going to tip over. And here we are in 2024, and we haven't tipped over yet. In between that, there was this whole MMT idea that somehow we could just spend money wildly, and that would be fine too. And I'm not sure that's gained too much traction
you loaded
either.
up on
Maybe
that
it's
dip.
been undone. But what do you worry about as the tipping point for all of this?
So you're right. I did work on fiscal policy issues before I came to the Fed. But at the Fed, we don't have oversight over fiscal policy. Quite to the contrary, Congress has oversight over us. So I would limit myself to saying this, that the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path. The debt is not at an unsustainable level, but the path is unsustainable.
That's right.
And we know that we have to change that. We've got to get back so that revenues and spending are in better alignment. We don't need to pay the debt down. We don't need to balance the budget. We just need the economy to grow faster than the debt, and that's not happening. We're running very large budget deficits at a time of full employment and strong growth. So we need to address that, and we got to do it sooner or later, and sooner is better than later.
You don't get the exact
do you think the Fed should or could take into account the debt and deficits and that cost
at the end of
in terms of where you think rates
I think you're going to eat that crow.
Should be ever?
No, never.
Not all.
I mean, if a central bank, this is you see this in some emerging market countries, for example. If the central bank can't raise rates to deal with inflation because the fiscal situation is so bad that they can't raise rates, that's called fiscal dominance, and that we're so far from that. I mean, we will always use our, I put it this way, we'll always use our tools to achieve price stability and maximum employment, 2% inflation. We're not thinking about, we better not raise rates because of the budget. If we ever get to that point, that we're far from that point.
Right. Before I forget, one of the reasons I wanted to actually ask you about Bitcoin is, to some degree, people think that that is a symbol of people's faith or lack of faith in either the U.S. dollar or in the Federal Reserve itself, in terms of the system. What do you think of that idea?
Yeah, Dave.
I don't think that's how people think about it. I mean, it's so, people use Bitcoin as a speculative asset, right? It's like gold. It's just like gold, only it's virtual. It's digital. People are not using it as a form of payment or as a store of value. It's highly volatile. It's not a competitor for the dollar. It's really a competitor for gold. That's really how I think of it.
When you think about other countries, and I know it's not your job necessarily to think about other countries, but you spend a lot of time, I think, talking to your peers at other central banks. What are you most concerned about? Are you most concerned about the economy in China right now? Are you most concerned about Europe? Take us around the world.
There, as good as things are in the United States, of course, there are always risks. And certainly geopolitical risk is very elevated around the world with Ukraine and the Middle East and, kind of very weak growth in places like China. That's all out there. I think domestically, we do see low and moderate income people under some economic pressure. If you read, for example, or listen to the earnings reports from some of the retailers who deal a lot with low and moderate income people, they will uniformly say that people are under pressure. They're very much price shopping and that kind of thing. So that's the aggregate numbers for the U.S. are really good, but we see pressures there in the lower income spectrum that we didn't see 2 years ago, after the pandemic, when people came out with really significant amounts of savings.
One of the, when we came up, and I don't know if you got a chance to see the video, we were talking, one of the big things was vibe session, this idea of how people think, the vibe about the economy. And I think the vibe had a lot to do with actually the result of the election. And I'm curious how you think about this question, about inflation. A lot of people were saying, well, it is this past administration's fault, the inflation problem. Some people said it was your fault. Some people said it was how much money Congress appropriated during the period of COVID. How do you actually think about it yourself?
Look, we shut down the world economy partially, and there was a global outburst of inflation. There was a time when there wasn't a single country in the world that had 2% inflation. It was everywhere, okay? And what was it because? It was because of a lot of pent-up demand. It was certainly because of very strong fiscal support and low rates. Right. All of those things contributed to inflation everywhere. And now it's, if you look at, I could show you a graph of 10 countries, and they all look like that. And I'd say, which one is the United States? You wouldn't be able to, you'd have a 1 in 10 chance of guessing. So I think that's what happened. And, the good news is, in the case of the United States, we're back to a much better place. But I will say, people are unhappy because the price level is higher. Right. You can tell people that inflation has gone down, which is the change in prices, but that doesn't matter to people who are paying 10, 20% more for the important things in their lives.
You are known to spend a lot of time talking to folks in Congress privately. Folks like Fetterman, by the way, love you, apparently. I'm curious what you think the state of financial literacy is in Congress today.
So like anything else, it's mixed. There are people who are very knowledgeable, and they tend to be the ones in responsible positions on the important committees. And there are people who, there's so many things to be an expert on when you're a
really
congressman or a
shitting
senator.
on people,
Think of the breadth of the things they have to know about. Defense, it's endless. So it's not surprising that most of them are not, a good number of them are focused on the economy and monetary policy and things like that, but many of them are focused on other things, as you would expect.
We're out of time, but before
that was
we go,
fucking hilarious.
I'm told that you have a special talent. I don't know if the public knows about this special talent, but I thought since we're here, we should try it out, which is that apparently you can repeat sentences backwards, famously.
Ever since I was a little kid, I was able to see, and just for standard vocabulary words, I can see it in my head spelled forwards and backwards. I started pretty much any word, as long as it's not 12 syllables, and I started doing that for friends when I was about 10 years old, and they were like, "What is that?" So I would write it down. So I can just see and I'm not as good as that I used to be, but I can literally see the word forward and backward in my head, and I can spell it backwards. Like you're a word in a
So if I give you a sentence, can you do the whole sentence backwards?
I could do each word. I can't do the whole sentence.
So the sentence I had written down, this was Bernanke in 2008. It may be too long for you, though. If we don't do this now, we won't have an economy on Monday.
I'll do economy, enemos. Imonos. That's economy backward. I'm not going to do the whole sentence.
Jay Powell, everybody, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, so let's quickly go over this, So number one, I wasn't expecting this, and I don't think most of the market was. Andrew Sorkin, you probably know, is more moderate than some of the guys on CNBC. Or not as ornery. Bork's going to yell at me for saying ornery wrong. As some of the guys on CNBC. It's fascinating that Sorkin did the interview. That immediately should have told you it was going to be softball. Or at least more open. It wasn't quite a victory lap. But it was offensive, defensive to a lot of the stumping going on and rhetoric that's out there for sure. He dispelled a lot of the, who talks about this a lot is Wolf Richter. He talks about the regurgitation that we all do when we read something on FinTwit, and they dispel that. Wall Street does the same. When you read all the stuff that comes on the back end from Bloomberg terminals or from insiders, BBG or whatever, they tend, BBG has that Republican slant, but when you read the papers from like GS and UBS, you actually dig deep into it. They're fairly neutral, right? They'll call things out as they actually are and what's actually expected outside of all the talk out there. So there was a lot of that in this conversation today as well, which is the reality versus what you wish for and want. And if you're going to get that, they'll deal with it when they get there. GS's outlook for next year says the same thing, like, you long all this shit for now, and you can put a hedge on highs. That's all you can do. You can't price in the rhetoric right now, and that's what Jerome is saying too. You can't do there are norms, rules of law, and speed bumps. Even if you wanted that change to happen, those speed bumps will kick in, and that is the reality. That's why you can't drink too much of this fucking Kool-Aid until it actually happens. Because you don't know. If you base this upon the first 4 years of Trump's presidency, nothing's big's going to happen. And to be honest with you, and he is at this point with the rules in our society a lame duck in year two. You are going to see people are currently already running against Trump in other offices at other levels of government. You are going to see, you already see right now, people want the worst to come out as possible quickly so they can use it to run against Trump in other offices for the second year of his presidency. You will see people with greed in his own party demand, if you really want to do this, I want this for my constituency. I want money in my pocket. That could tie up all of this so quickly. It happened to Obama. It happened. Our system is built on fucking gridlock. Now, you might not like that, and Elon might say something else, and these billionaires might be saying something else, but there are triggers along the way to stop some of this stuff, and the adults to enter the conversation. I know you don't want to hear that out there, and I know you're wearing your Main Street hat hearing this from me, but I'm telling you, on the back end, the talk is different than what's regurgitated on FinTwit. Now, that can happen, but it's not there yet. And you can push and push and push, and Trump is good at that. You can't say he isn't. He likes to push and see where they stop him, which is fine. But when that pushback comes in to play, you start to see, oh, you know what? We're not going to do this anymore. Or, you know, like Trump said this week, he wasn't going to sign the agreements for FBI background checks on appointments. He didn't do it, right, for like 2-3 months. They signed it this morning, or they agreed to sign it this morning, didn't they? Late last night or something. So you can push and push and push and use rhetoric all you want, but there are certain times and places in our government where there are speed bumps. And these guys are talking about that. It doesn't mean that it's not going to happen, or FX Retracer is not going to get what he wants, or Bob, Mike, Jim, whoever, Mary, Sue, they're not going to get what they want with their Main Street hats on. They might, but along the way, there's so many fucking speed bumps to that shit happening that you can't price it in right now. You really can't. You start to like try to short the market on, I don't know, they round up 5 million people in week 1 and they don't have the logistics to fucking put them anywhere, let alone people take them out, take them from us, or an actual trade war start, or an immigration war with other countries. That shit's not today. And you can't price that in until it becomes viable from smart motherfuckers, scientists, people that go to fucking school at the best goddamn institutions in the fucking world. These are the smartest people, not politicians. I'm talking about economists, I'm talking about fucking traders, I'm talking about fucking researchers for banks that have been the fucking partners of world leaders since the beginning of the start of the United motherfucking States of America. Wells, Fargo, Morgan, Rockefeller. They funded our fucking wars, our Civil War, our world wars, our railroads, our country. And they're still in power, and they have the smartest minds in our country in the background going, that shit ain't happening tomorrow. I don't give a flying fuck who Elon Musk is. I'm telling you. So no, they're not going to crash everything based upon some fucking rhetoric from Donald Trump and Elon Musk. That's the truth. Not today. They will someday if they can get all that shit through. They can push buttons and all that shit, but it ain't today. Is the point that Jerome's getting across to Sorkin. And he's saying the same thing about the Federal Reserve, too, in its history and how it's here. Is it right or wrong? I don't fucking know. I don't care if it's right or wrong. When the United States was going to fucking melt down in 2008, that was a real thing that happened. They have books about it. They had a fucking meeting at the Fed. And they saved America. They literally went to the Senate and whispered in their fucking ears, you are going to pass this bill today. And they're like, well, we got to argue about it over the weekend. We'll come back to you maybe on Monday. And they were like, McDonald's checks will bounce today. Walmart checks. For who? All those fucking workers. What does that mean? They will be in the fucking streets with torches. They will burn down the Capitol that you sit in. And they passed that bill to fund these fucking banks to not fail. Too big to fail. I'm telling you guys. They really, truly did that. And so there are speed bumps along the way, and that is what Jerome is telling you. Stop drinking the fucking Kool-Aid. We're not there yet. Nothing has happened. but words and talk. Blah, 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 blah. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. It's all hot fucking air until it happens. Or until the smart people see that it can happen. And that's the other side of this. When the smartest fucking minds, not the fucking politicians, not the regards out there talking on FinTwit, they have like you got to think about the banks as like they are literally like the CIA. They're like the fucking FBI, the NSA. I'm telling you, like the civilian banking arm of this world, in the free world, has been here since day fucking one. I'm telling you. This is no cabal or anything. It's not like secret society. It's all fucking public. You can read books on this shit. Any of you that went to school for economics, finance, know all of this, but retailers don't. They have normal jobs, normal lives. They don't understand the history of our country and how it was funded by bankers, very wealthy motherfuckers, like powerful. And they have the smartest people working for them when it comes to money. Even if they fuck up, even if there's some implosion, and they will fucking modern monetary theory, they will fucking bullshit their ways out of anything. And they did it in 08 and 07. And they'll do it again. That's the truth. They will have that fucking meeting. I'm telling you. They will do it until there's a World War III nuclear war. And that's what a lot of us don't understand. You know, like we have this like fetish fantasy of like this shit happening, and I'm like, no. You can talk about it, you can vote on it, you can have your guy up front, you can have Obama, you can have fucking whoever you want, Reagan, fucking Trump, doesn't matter. If that feeds your fetish, so be it. But these guys are like, they're like multi-generational power and authority. Man, oof. I'm telling you guys. I'm not saying it can't happen. But that shit's like Civil War type shit, revolution type stuff. You know, that's like a whole nother thing. France does it all the time. You watch, South Korea did it this week. South Korea, they were like, we're going to do martial law. And South Koreans were like, oh, fuck, no, you're not. We're going to go to the streets and march right down there. Fuck you. You know, that shit happens. Telling you guys. You know, all the talk and bluster only goes so far until there's a mob out in front of your fucking house going, you're going to do what? Serious. Anyways, that was a pretty good interview. It was definitely firming up of stability. I wasn't expecting that at all. I was not expecting, there was a lot of pushback there from Jerome again for a second time, which should be there and is probably there. It's probably not just Jerome saying that. That speech is not, if you think that's Jerome speaking, it's not. That's the, fourth estate. You know, the fourth estate is FBI, then you get the fifth estate is the press. Call it the sixth estate, banks. Jamie Dimon, same thing. You know, Jamie fucking Dimon's like, I don't want a position in the new White House. Said it point blank, right? Then 2 days later, Trump comes out and says, we don't want him. You know, like the tit for tat shit. But there are other powers out there. There really are. There really, really, really are. So, you know, keep doing the talk and the chatter and all this shit. But and I do wish you all the best. I'll be honest with you. I'm a Democrat. I want you, listen to me closely here. Especially if you're a MAGA Republican, listen to me closely. I want you to get your shit passed. I literally do. I don't think that Democrats have any chance to win unless they get hurt. I want them to lose their services. I want them to fucking. I realize that people out there do not realize the safety nets that are in place for them, and they need that shit taken away. I'll be honest with you guys. If you guys really want to know the truth, me personally, I'm like a part of the Leopards Eating Faces party. I want to see every fucking Democrat that didn't vote or voted against or switched parties or populist fucking voters out there, armchair fucking conservatives, barstool conservatives, wherever you are out there, your Dave Portnoy, fucking Joe Rogan guys out there. I want fucking pain for you. I want all your fucking benefits taken. I want your fucking union benefits taken from you. I want it all. I want your overtime benefits taken from you. I want every fucking service out there that you don't know that you have taken away. I'll be honest with you. Because I know that's the only thing you're gonna go, holy shit, I'm fucked. And so, if you think I'm against you as MAGA, fuck no, I'm not. I want to see everything you say come to fruition. I'll be honest with you guys. Don't think for a minute that I'm not going to support you in this. That's the Leopards eating my face like, you guys want to do this? Let's do it. You want to put Bob the fucking dishwasher as the secretary of this and that? Let's fucking do it. Fucking A right. Let's do it. I want to see what happens. Yeah, it is what it is. Yes, it is. We're going to rout the federal government, and I want to see it happen. I do. I do, or at least to some extent. I want good 2 years of it. I really, really do. I want to see it happen. That's the only way you get people back. It's the only way you get voters on your side. They got to feel pain. And that's what you've felt, right? I get it. I was just talking about, I was on vacation. And I was on vacation in the same place during COVID. And people were angry. You got to get people angry. Or they won't vote for you. That's the truth, right? Especially with populist politics. You got to get people angry. And the only way you get them angry is if you take shit away from them. It's the only way you do it. You put the pain on them. Yeah, okay. MAGA's very libertarian, just so you know. If you don't know that, I don't know what else to say to you. Oh, you want to know why I dated them for the 17th? I don't know. I was going to do the 31st or even closer, but I did the 17th. I was looking at them today, and I'm like, that's a good price for that far out in time. Plus, I was buying straight calls, too. There's probably a better price as well. There's probably another better price lower at 03 or something like that, 603. Probably another way to get in on it. I wanted to capture it on straight calls, more time on straight calls. So I just bought some spreads at the same time. Yeah, Condor LVR was there. Woohoo, baby! Squeeze it up, baby! Squeeze it up, America, baby! USA! People are at home shaking their TVs. Yeah, I'm a Democrat. I'm like an old school Democrat, though. I'm like a Democrat from the, I'd probably call myself closer to an LBJ Democrat. I believe in 2A rights. I believe in, you guys want to know what kind of Democrat I am? I'll tell you. Woo! 60710. I'm like an old school Democrat. I believe in serving your country, whether it's the military or some type of civil service, Teach America, anything like that. I think you owe your country 2 or 3 years of service of any kind. civilian, if you're a hippie picking up trash on the side of the road, I don't care. That's kind of Republican. That sounds Republican, doesn't it? I'm 2A rights. I believe in gun ownership. I'm closer to you than you think in most of my beliefs, but there's some other stuff I believe in. Like I believe in protection for minorities. I believe in a path to legal immigration. So I don't like illegal immigration, but I do want a path. Even if you're a seasonal worker, we need seasonal farmers. It's been going on in this country before it was a country. And we've always had them. There's a secret society in our country of workers. I want them to be able to come here, work, send them home when the work is done, so they can go back to their families, pay taxes, and know who and where they're working, even if they're working for less money. You know, so I'm not anti any of that stuff either. But I believe in protectionism for people too. I also believe in things like healthcare and education. If you're young and you want to be a fucking carpenter, we should fucking pay for you to go to school to be a fucking carpenter. I want you to be an educated person. You know what happens when you're educated? You're not in fucking poverty, and you're not doing fucking drugs. You get me? You know, not everybody can pay for that shit. We make a lot of our system to fuck you along the way. And I don't want to fuck you as a citizen. The first world country in our world. People that everybody looks up to in the world. The U.S. dollar. The greatest nation on earth. And sometimes we live up to it and sometimes we don't. And even if we don't, we still want to be looking towards being that. You know? Yeah, I want to fund that shit. I don't mind paying taxes for that shit. Don't mind at all. But I agree with you also that the bureaucracy in our country is fucked up, isn't it? If we had national health care, it'd be a fuck show, right? That's a problem we need to address in our country, right? Because the bureaucracy is fucked up. Even Social Security was supposed to pay for itself, and then it went to a general slush fucking fund. It has been used for everything but what it was meant for, isn't it? So I'm with you in all this stuff. I'm in agreement with you. My dark MAGA hat. Yeah, a lot of MAGA politics to me is more populist. It's definitely not. It's definitely not corporate Republican, right? MAGA is not corporate Republican in any way, shape, or fucking form. You know, I'm pretty much. I'm a nationalist in a lot of ways too. Like, we need to be able to build ships. I'm on board with that. I think we need to be able to have the tech built in our country. I think we need to have kids do more in school. You know, my kids, dude, you should see what the standard that I hold my children to in school. I'll have my kids. I haven't had my kids in the show in a while, but I gotta bring them in sometime for you to find out what I demand out of my children. Like, I have high fucking expectations of my kids. You can ask my wife. You can ask my children directly. I don't accept lower. My youngest daughter had a learning disability. I didn't beat her up or yell at her or anything like that. I fucking sat down. My wife sat down to help her get through that learning disability. Hours upon hours upon hours so that she didn't fall behind and could keep up with her classmates. I don't know what you call that. I don't know if that's Democrat or Republican or whatever, or MAGA or just some fucking liberal hippie fucking dad or something, but I care about my children, you know, just as much as I care about any other human out there. I don't know what that makes me. Maybe I just don't have a political party. Maybe I don't belong to any party. Maybe I'm just on my own. Pump the fuck out of the market, baby. 607. Coming on up into R4 right now. I should have just got those goddamn calls for today. Be fucking rich. Instead, I'm up 10%. Fucking 10%. My God, I'm getting old. Pump the fuck out of it. Pimp it, baby. Yeah, Condor LVR's got some stories. I'll sit with him sometime, or I haven't done it recently, but I've sat in the Discord in the middle of the night, and Condor has told us stories. Fucking insano, some of the stories he's told about. He worked through the GFC in the annals, in the annals of the GFC, and some of the horror stories he told was mind blowing. You call that parenting? I'm part of the parenting party. Thanks, Henry. Oh, is this? Yeah, I know this is the cell signal up here, the big yellow box. This is. Oh, there they go. There they go. They're already doing it. Doom. You got all the fucking dealers and all the call holders that fucking. Where are we up at in here? So, well, we still got a little bit more to go. We haven't hit 6,100 yet. Haven't hit 6,100 yet. You're like, he's definitely MAGA. He just doesn't know it. He's dark MAGA. What am I missing? Oh, I'm missing something inside here. Hold on. Can't recall what. Oh, I missed something. Is there any moments where I'm visibly angry and enraged on stream? Yeah, I've lost some money on stream before and flipped out. There's maybe once or twice that I've fucking had a meltdown, and I turned the stream off once. I think I lost like $20,000 0 dates one day, and I fucking imploded. Recently, it was within the last 6 months. I know I had 1 or 2 weeks there where I was getting fucking annihilated. And I was just like, and I was actually right. I was just being greedy. And then I was like fighting for money. There was like a week or two where I was like fighting for money that I would make money. And then I wasn't showing all my trades because I was like DCA. And then eventually I blew up 1 week, like 20 grand or something stupid. And I was like, fuck this. Turn the show off. I was like, I'm fucking done. Yeah. There's been a few moments where I've been angry. Not many. I don't really get angry. I get very, a lot of the humor that I use, people think that I'm angry on like socials, but I'm not. Like, I try to use like crass black humor. And people like fucking don't get it at all. They don't get it at all. They're just like rage tweeting or whatever. I have a fucked up sense of humor. I got a lot of like gallows humor. I was in the military. Like my swearing is offensive. I was never like, I never drank. Then my father-in-law taught me that from the military. And then I never swore that much, but my mom swore a lot. My father hated it. But then the army like reinforced all of this stuff that stuck with me. I tried to drop my identity with the military service because I couldn't live a life. I was afraid when I was younger that I saw a lot of my peers like die on the bar stool. They're still there to this day, and so I like went to counseling and stuff, and they were like, "You got to bury, like literally, you got to kill this part of your life and start over." But some of that stuff I haven't shed, which is like the swearing and the gallows humor and all experiences growing up and stuff, becoming a man. And matter of fact, I was reading, there's a really good guy on Twitter here. There's a guy on Twitter that was talking about how his wife and him were having a hard go of it. And he asked her to make him dinner or something, and she oversalted all of his food. And he was so fucking pissed off. And that they were raising kids, and it was like a really struggle for them at that point in their lives. And I'm like, man, I've been there. I'm like, I have fucking been there. And he's like, I love her more than the entire thing in the entire world. Those aspects of life really do happen in people's lives. But you grow as a person if you can get through them and not turn them into negativity. I don't know who it was that said it on Twitter this morning, who that guy was. He's a great guy. Follow him on Twitter. He's fucking awesome. But there was someone on Twitter earlier today or yesterday or something talking about his wife fucking oversalting his food. And you get these like little revenge things that you do. If you're in a long-term relationship with anybody, like my wife doesn't fucking forget anything. She doesn't forget a fucking thing. She writes that shit down in a little black book, and she's like, I'm going to get him back for that. He said he didn't like that. Well, we're going to go black and white on it now. And, and she'll do it until I have to be like, honey, are you mad because I said this or that? When I'm laughing a lot, I'm laughing right now. I'm happy as fuck. That's who it is right here. This one. That's right here. Ned the Carney Lentz. You got to read that post from him. I've been there. I've been there probably 4 or 5 times in my life. Hurry up and wait in the military. Definitely one of them. And fuck you or stop lossing you. That's second one. And then what else? Wife, children, in the pits of raising kids. 2 children in childcare. Childcare. How in the fuck does childcare, like 2 kids right now, childcare before they go to school? Right now, probably the average has got to be $3 to $5 grand a month. Think about that. $3 to $5 grand a month. When we had both of our children in childcare full time, when both there was like a moment where they're both in childcare. Holy fuck, was it expensive, restrictive, and expensive. You guys gotta. So Nettie Confetti just posted the Twitter link. I'm gonna read this to you guys. I'm going to read this post to you guys. Hold on. It's from Nick the Carney Lentz. Guy's great. 25-time UFC veteran. Right? Let me see. What did he write here? He wrote, him and I have talked in the past too, right? He wrote, let me see what he wrote here. My wife and I almost got divorced once. We fought endlessly to the point where we both decided it was over. Exhausted from all the fighting, she decided to make a peace offering, a send-off meal. She made eggs. I took one bite, and I can't even describe how salty they were. It was like drinking pure salt. I tried so hard to choke them down because I was just so tired of fighting, but I couldn't do it. I said as politely as possible, I can't eat these, Elisa. They're too salty, and she absolutely lost it, and after she finished yelling at me, she took a bite herself. The horror in her face was priceless. Determined to prove I was being unreasonable, she tried with all her might to eat those eggs, but after a few gags and a dash to the sink, she had to admit defeat. We laughed so hard I could say things magically got better after that, but they didn't. It was a grind for the next 5 years. The point is, that moment became one of my favorite memories of our marriage. We made it through 20 years together now. And while those 5 years were rough, the rest turned out great. Living through it was hard, but now I look at my kids, my life, and I think to myself, thank God for those eggs. And it was fucking poignant. Poignant post. Yeah, I've talked to him a few times on Twitter. He's fucking awesome. Let me see if I can find him right now. Yeah, Nick the Carney Lentz. That's who it is. His hold on here. I think we follow each other, but I'm not sure. Let me check. Yeah, right here. We follow each other. Here, do me a solid here. Follow this guy. And his wife today. On the show. So I just posted his handle on FinTwit. Are you guys gonna take the money and run here? Just take a peek at Bookmap really quick. There's a ledge here forming. Watch this ledge here. Can't tell if support or rug pull. That's messy as fuck. Well, it looks like support. Look, oh, Jesus Christ. See this bar down here? I want to show you guys something. Just remember that bar down there. God damn. What a bunch of pricks, huh? Look at them like come to me. Don't go up anymore. Come to me. So Let's chat about end of day. That yellow box, right? Or that big red box is this trend over here. So let's take all this off. Let's get rid of all this. Let's get rid of all that shit. Let's get rid of all this right here. Pivots, get rid of all that. Clean it up a little bit. So just so you know, that is probably when is this right here? November 27th, right? We're in December. We're already above there, right? And look at that right there, right? It's like grinding higher, grinding higher. And we drop down off those, don't we? You see that? Climb, climb, climb the wall of worry, slam down, right? Climb, climb, climb the wall of worry, slam down, right? All along that hourly and half an hour trigger. So, we're topping. We know that already. On an intraday basis, R4, R5, RTX sell is just above this zone right here. Bottom right-hand side, you can see this little bit here to 6,100. We have yet to close this up down here. So if we go back to this main screen, oh, wrong one. This little bit of gap right there. That's no help, is it? There's that big gap back here, left back gap behind. Fuck you, another gap left behind. Gaps as far as the eye can see, right? One, two, three. Went lower on that one. One, two. This is back on when? December 3rd. Time is right now, 3 o'clock. Start talking about preliminary expectations for tomorrow. Weekly expectations. That's a weekly expectation right there, that yellow bar. Daily expectations. We got Friday up here, right? We're only on, today's only fucking the 4th, right? So we got Thursday, Friday. Let's go to an hourly basis here. $1,600 right there. This is Friday right here. Jesus Christ. Just look at that right there. 1 month, 2 months, fuck you. Oh, God. There's a monthly bar right there. All the way down the weekly trigger. These fucking bears got to be going fucking bananas right now. They got to be. They got to be fucking going bananas right now. This is a weekly and monthly here. Fuck, you know all this shit's coming back eventually, right? We talked about this yesterday too. Like, we cannot correct. We can do exactly what we did in June and July, but it's all coming back. That's fucking crazy. I'm sure there's a bear out there. I bet you Volwiz right now is just like huffing paint, and Jedi Marcus, they're all at home. I just want to swoop down and just wipe all these fucking bears, all these fucking bulls out down here. One fell swoop. No, wait a minute. We got to go back to the monthly here. I didn't put the ticks on them. 1 month. I put the tick there. 1 week. There's some sell-siders. Sell-side Charlie who's out there just drooling right now. Weekly there. There's a weekly there. There's a weekly there. Daily. Let's look at this. I mean, just look at that. That right there. Put this one right there. Look at that one right there. Look at the daily. Look at the fucking daily right here. By the way, we're going up to 608.51. We're gonna go higher too. We're gonna go to 610. I'll just draw it in now. 610. Make that red for this week. That's where we're headed. Should be green if you don't already know. There's the sweep. Another daily sweep right there. These pivots. They're just marching. Look at this 4 hour right there. Fuck. Just fucking leaving behind dead bodies the whole way. Bye-bye. There's another one. See you later, 4 hour basis. Fuck you. Fuck you, and fuck you. Wick. 1 hour. Man, just look at that. Just beast mode in it. Just keep on going. Keep on pushing, baby. We're not done going up. 1 hour right there. We're not done going up, if you didn't know. That's the 1 hour. Put this back on again. R4. This is the weekly target. I need Friday. Or I need Friday 1600. Get Monday. Get out of here. Like whenever I go, like whenever I try to do this stuff, it doesn't. Do that one right there. Now, I want to show you a couple things here, okay? On an intraday basis, this right here is R4, R5. This is RTX sell, okay? Sell. So this zone is an auto sell. Now, they're likely going to try to attack it again, reject it, and then into Friday, you'll hit the 610, I think. Now, how far down we come here? This is where demand was. You could theoretically say it's like here. But this could, you could theoretically come all the way down here. And there could be an argument made that it's going to be higher. We got to wait for the end of the day and stuff. But we'll do it like right about here for now, okay? Now, what you need to know here is that on an intraday basis, yeah, we're on 1 day, and then we're gonna go to the weekly, okay? And the weekly is right here. See it? That's your weekly expectation. They'll sneak this up without you knowing into Friday and not pay these calls, these weekly calls. So there'll be like some kind of like wonky shit like Thursday. Where's that? 4 a.m., 9 a.m., 8 a.m., 9:30, 9 o'clock, something like that. This is Thursday, 1600. That makes sense. And then something like that up there. Now, they can do this before. We can do this right now, to be honest. There's a couple ways this can go, but we're going to go to the day, though, for now. And we're going to look to like R4 to sell, and then R5. Expectations. I can't tell if this is like this. And not only that, right? This downside move here. This might be next week. day. Look at the day is all the way down there. Jeez, are we gonna get a bad report on Friday? We got like a bad report coming, maybe. That day is gonna get hit. Well, I gotta check something here. I don't know, man. You close this fucking day out. You close this day out, it's gonna turn into this right here. Where's the daily fucking low? 930? That's bye-bye. It's something like this. I can't tell you until you close the day out, but if you make this a daily, if you make a daily close here into this close, I can't tell until I can't. This I got to tell you something. This is preliminary, okay? I got to see what happens in the overnight. What you should know is this, okay? The two things I want you to know is this. You should tag this today. And there should be another attempt up here to take out this weekly with what I think would be a failure. And then the dealers would allow us to trade 610 after all these options die. There's some like gamma issues in here and dealer issues. Now, there's something else funky going on in here, which I can't give you an exact on, which would be what this pullback is. This pullback could be as deep as 602. 15% chance of coming down here, 30% chance of coming into around 602, and but like depending what this close is, these averages move up to where like this is like a 30% chance now. That's the 30% moves up. That becomes a 15% chance, and you might not ever see any of this stuff down here. There's no requirement that we go back down here, so that should be the high, by the way, right now. That high tick that we just made, that should be it for the day. Pull it down into tomorrow, right? This is what, 9 a.m.? Back up again. You get your CPI. It's going to be good. This weekend NFP stuff, really dangerous. What is that? 11 a.m., 9 a.m., somewhere in there. Yeah, 9 a.m. right in there. Get that down there. I'm going to try to take you out in here somewhere on NFP. Be very careful in market on NFP. I know David AMS doesn't like. I don't know if it's NFP or not, but just be extremely careful in this NFP. I think tomorrow. Let me look at this on. What do we got for economic shit? So Thursday we got it's right here. I want to fuck this up. We got claims at 8:30, continuing claims tomorrow at 8:30. I'm bullish. Week into them, bullish on the report. NFP and unemployment rate, I'm bearish on. And I think you're going to get some kind of bloodbath or excuse for a bloodbath, but then they'll bring it back up to 610, either at the close on Friday or Monday. You could move this over into next week, fight for the 610 next week. So no guarantees that this comes out Friday. This could be like Monday, Wednesday of next week. Unknown over here. That we hit the target here. They don't have to do shit. Go up there, hit that target tomorrow. That's your weekly expectation. Bloodbath, some kind of fucking bloodbath into NFP. And I don't know if it resolves into Friday close to the upside or not, which is like early morning weakness, or if they resolve it next week. Don't pay the 610 this week. Pay it next week. Anyone disagree with that? IWM had its dip last night. We talked about it on Twitter this morning. I think Poke Juicebox noticed it. We hit it in the pre-market. We hit the downside in pre-market on IWM. It should crank to like 46, 41, then 46. So this all looks right. It's something like there's some unknowns in here, but this should be the top for right now. It should pull back down to 606.43 or so. I don't know how this looks on camera. Let's see, we're close 1600. Don't be shorting this just yet either. Try to short it in the overnight. Wait for like Asia, London to short this shit. If it can even be shorted. Wait a minute, what do you guys got right here? Wait a minute, you guys got a video? Wait a minute, I didn't see the video. Mr. Talking Monkey, send the video to my DM me. You guys got a video? What? I don't even know what the video is about. What's the video about? What are you guys talking about? I don't even know what the video is about. See that red, see that orange red bar down there? Be super fucking careful of that shit. Are you shitting me? I gotta delete that fucking post. They have a fucking video of him being murdered. Are you shitting me? Do they know why he got shot? Does anybody know the motive behind it or why he got shot? All right, hold on here. Did they say the reason why he got shot? Oh, shit. The guy's gun jammed too? Yeah, it's definitely subsonic ammo. He knew it would jam too. Yeah, John Cardillo is correct. The silencer did not malfunction. The subsonic round is not going to cycle any, or most weapons won't cycle with a subsonic round. Yeah. John Cardillo knows what he's talking about. He knew to clear the rounds, you can tell. So he automatically went to clear those rounds because he knew he knew it would jam. He practiced. Subsonic rounds don't clear guns normally anyway, or often don't. You think that was a 22? It had to be a 22, right? You think it was some kind of blackout or some shit like that? I don't know if that kid's a pro, but he definitely practiced. I gotta watch that video one more time. He was cool, calm, and collected. God damn. Oh, that's kind of crazy to look at. I just watched the video. Do you think that the CEO did anything bad? Do you think that the CEO is diddling or anything like that? Or do you think it was just somebody angry? Well, it's not jam. It's he knows that he has to eject the round himself. You don't think he was an American? Was there anything around this guy? Was there anything surrounding the CEO and any kind of go back to the chat here. He was set to testify before Congress over United Healthcare's hacks as their business practices. The CEO is responsible for one of the largest data breaches in history. It's all over Twitter. You just go on Twitter and you can find it. It's everywhere. I figured it was a lover or something. Someone's writing lots of stuff going to come out in this testimony, including information about the AI that was used in the auto denials of claims, as well as possible monopoly investigation into how many companies and doctors were being absorbed by the company. I figured whoever put this hit out may not have wanted that info to come out. Disclaimer for all the people thinking I'm shilling for more gun control. It's quite literally the impossible. If someone has resigned themselves to commit the current murder, be that for money or passion. Yeah. Okay. Do you think it was maybe the guy who wrote the software for the AI stuff? They didn't want him to testify either way. Do you think it could have been someone that wrote the actual software for them? Low end or high end shot caller. I wasn't aware of any of that. I thought it was like a jilted lover. I was like, this guy must have been killed by his lover or something. It's always like or not always, but most of the time it's not an assassination. Most of the time it's like that person. They're like your lover. They're your, I don't know, your brother, your sister, your mother, your father, your wife, your husband. your roommate. If I was a police officer, that'd be the first place I'd go. Did I jilt did I have a jilted software writer? First place I'd be looking. Ooh, shot GPT. Oh, Binky. 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 Binky, what are you doing? So at least in term, someone was asking about should we take the money and run up here? That's all up to you. Like when I put call spreads on these days, I come in on a Monday and they're like up 30%. I come in on a Tuesday, they're flat or zero or negative. Come in on a Wednesday or a Friday and they're up 75%. Come in 3 weeks, they're up 150%. It's a tough call here what to do with calls. The one thing I like about call spreads in the holidays is I don't look at them. A lot of focus on growth targets. I would bet. How about this? I'll make a bet. I shouldn't make a bet, but I'm going to make a bet. I bet that it's a jilted lover. That's what I'm going to bet. I'm going to bet it's somebody that he was in love with. Something fucking crazy. There's going to be a crazy story in the background. I don't know that it's but I get that he was going to go and testify and unravel all this fraud and AI stuff. I don't know what to say here, if you should close your call spreads or not. I can't manage your trades or the length of time you put on them or the risk that you put on them. You know, I want you to remember something. If hold on, let me look at my shit here. My shit's up 11% right now in total. All my shit that's on in total is up 11% in the day. So if you're in short dated stuff, I would say, yeah, you take the money and run. If you're in long dated stuff and you're up 10, 11%, you know, that's better than Webull pays you, right? You're not beating the S&P 500 yet. So, but it's still a good day. See profit, take profit. I'm on that team of see profit, take profit. There's a lot of loss out there. So I don't know what the size of your account is up 10 or 20% either. Like 10% of $100 or 10% of 100 grand. I often in large trades get out early. If I see 20% on, you know, $20,000, $30,000 trade, make quick, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 grand. It's not a bad day, right? You're like, thank you very much. Can I manage your trades for you? No, but I know, just kidding. But you're on the right track. You're timing it correctly. Now it comes to management, right? It's hard these days to do this because back in the day, not even that long ago, back before the rise of zero dates, the true rise of zero dates, you used to be able to put on a spread, man, like a weekly, or you could just put on fucking weekly or monthly calls. And if you got the direction right, you could just come back in a week and cash them out. Now, these days, they're running this shit up and down. And you gotta like spin the wheel for when you want to take it off. It's hard these days to, or at least in my experience, I feel like I come in any day of the week and like my shit could be up or down. Like some days that shit's in the red, some days that shit's in the green. You know who talks about this too is Jedi Marcus. I'm like, are you long? You short? And he's like, I got shit all over the place. Like I got shit that's red today, green today. Come back tomorrow, and the other shit will be green, and the other shit will be red. So it's time. That naked crack spread. Yeah, I'd be Doug Fuller. I'm with you on that too. I'd be more. I'd whoever it was either one of two things. We can probably deduce a few things, right? It's either a professional that wants something not to get out, or it's someone with an emotional attachment, right? It's one or the other. So I'm going to go with Team Doug Fuller, someone that either lost a ton of money, a claim being denied. I'm with you on that. I'm at the emotional camp right now. Normally because that's the usual suspect. So some kind of jilted or guilted. Bork's like, stop doing that. Gilted cap is when they put tassels and diamonds, and jilted cap is when they're mad. Manhattan. I lived in Midtown. No one's gonna help you in Midtown. On the street. There's shit going on in Manhattan at like a block of fucking way. There'll be like a fucking war. You'll hear like sirens blaring, and you ain't turning the corner to find out what's going on over there. I fucking love Midtown. People don't help people in general. I helped a guy that was dying on a street once, and this guy fell down on the street. It was cold, and it was very cold. And when people go into like cardiac arrest and stuff, cold is like a big enemy of you dying quicker. There are people on the street, and I was with my wife, and I had her. Actually, I've saved two people. I think I saved a man in a restaurant once that had a heart attack. Kept him stabilized, and then this other guy died on a street. And I jumped out of the car, and had my wife call 911. Jumped out. Nobody stopped to help this guy. They were just doing their own thing, and you'd be surprised how many people don't do anything. The guy that I saved was in a restaurant. He was having a heart attack in his chair, and nobody got up to help him. So I ran over to his chair. He was sitting in the middle of this dining room in a round table, and I got up and I ran over and pulled his chair out and laid him on the floor and started screaming, "Is there a doctor in the house?" This is a true story. Packed restaurant many years ago, and I screamed, "Is there a doctor in the house?" And I started to take his pulse, checked his airway as I'm screaming it, and I was just about to start doing compressions in this guy, and this lady jumps up and goes, "My husband's a doctor." And he was like not paying attention either, so like came over and started doing compressions, and that we saved this guy's life. This guy fucking lived, and afterwards she's like, I was talking to her. It's like this is right back to like gallows humor. This fucking guy came back and found me too. This fucking guy came back and found me. His wife afterwards was like, when you yelled that out, my husband has bedside talked to me about this moment his whole life. He was a plastic surgeon. He's like, he's never, ever been able to help save someone's life in his entire career. She's like, my husband's a plastic surgeon. She goes, that was his moment. True story. True fucking story. The other guy died. The ambulance finally showed up. I was doing compressions, started putting clothes on him, screaming to my wife to pull shit out of the car to put over him. And I was giving him compressions, and he didn't make it. The ambulance pulled up. A lady jumped out. And she started giving him compressions. They put him on a board, took him in the back of the truck. He didn't make it. He died. He was really fucking old. No, fuck no. No, fuck no. I did that, though, too. I did do that. I did jump on a dining room table and dance naked. If I ever have my family here, I'll have them back that story up. Like extended family, I'll try to get them on the show and back. That's a real fucking story, too. Peed in the corner of the dining room. Oh, man. Fucking A, dude. I don't know how in the fuck they kept me in the family. What a fucked up life. Fucking crazy ass life. Yeah, they're going to throw the resources. There's no, or they're going to find out who that guy is, aren't they? This day and age, like I live in Detroit. Like, there's like, what do they call it? What's the thing they say that you have white privilege, right? Detroit's like that. Like, I notice it. Like, I don't catch a haircut anywhere in the city. They're like, that guy is white. If you fucking kill him, they're going to come after you. If you're black in this city, you can get hurt in this city if you're in the wrong place, wrong time. That's a real thing, where I live, at least. I'm sure that because that guy's a CEO or whatever of UNH, that they're going to, like in Detroit, they've got cameras everywhere. They have gunshot sensors. They've got, like, you can't even shoot a gun in the city anymore without them pinpointing exactly where you are. Back when I first moved here, you'd have like gunshots all the time during the holidays. That shit, it doesn't happen anymore. The police will show up at your house. Oh, yeah, baby. Squeeze it up into that clothes. Reach for the sky. Are they going to do 608 today? If they hit 608 today, that's the top. Just a warning to you. That's the top for now. If they do it today, you might want to take some off. If they do the 608.51 today, we hit R4 just then. Like, so I'm assuming New York is similar to Detroit. Like, they have, like in Detroit, if you're a normal person, a law-abiding citizen, the police here have like everything. They got like drones. They've got cameras set up at businesses all over the city. They use like the Ring doorbell cameras and like all the different doorbell shit, and they'll piece everything together and track you down where you live. The one thing that Detroit sucks at is they mishandle fucking evidence, even when they're trying to do things right. Detroit's like police department is just coming back from doing the best they fucking could with what they had. Detroit's come a long way, and the police department has had a long way to come too. That's the one problem with Detroit, is they fuck a lot of shit up. But I can't blame them, because they were underfunded and understaffed, and who'd want to be a fucking Detroit police officer for many years, right? It's hard to be a Detroit police officer. Some of the shit these guys see is like the under the surface stuff in Detroit is very much like New York City. I have some police officer friends here in Detroit, and some of the shit that they've told me never makes it to the news. And you're just like, what? The fuck did you just tell me? Like, what happened? They have these. I'll tell you a story. I got a realtor friend here in Detroit that had rental properties, and she had an unoccupied home, and she called me up and she's like, I think somebody's like squatting in the house and stuff, and can't get in, all this other stuff. So I called my buddy, right, and the police showed up, and to this house they had a dog fighting ring going on in the house, and when they finally made entry in this house, people were like running and scattering. They didn't have enough police there, so they didn't get to arrest everybody. It's not like the suburbs where, like, 30 cop cars show up and whatever, and SWAT team jumps out. Detroit's not like that. And they found dogs they had like 20 or 30 dogs in the basement with a dog fighting, and they're wounded dogs. They had to put these dogs were aggressive, like trained, bred to fight. So these police officers had to put all these dogs down where they were. And I'm like, I can't imagine the fucking PTSD some of these guys have to fucking go through when they encounter shit like this. Can you imagine having to put down 20 or 30? I love dogs. Like they're like I consider a dog like a family member. I couldn't imagine like walking in on shit like that and like all that unsung shit. And it was especially in like a city or a city recovering. That shit's wild. Rolling rolling white balls. My 80-year-old neighbor lady came over to help with her house shit. She's always was wearing a nightgown. The fuck? Yeah, Condor is saying he could get away without being known. Oh God, I had his dog stolen from me. I had a dog stolen out of my yard. Yep, he was the third dog fighting him. The girl was saying he got eaten by a raccoon or some shit. She was lying. I still have that dog. Still have that dog to this day. That dog's still alive. It's my border collie. I posted a picture of him down by the water this past weekend. There's a picture of him on Twitter this weekend. Goddamn dog's still alive. I love that goddamn dog. Goddamn dog's my best friend. His name is Jack. My best goddamn friend in the whole entire world. Dog's awesome. Rolling white balls, you fucking savage. Yeah, he's the next one that's out too, right? There's no way Kash Patel's getting in. Kash Patel, so he's on the short list too. He ain't making it. There ain't no fucking way Kash Patel is making it. He's on the list with Gates. There's no way. Kash Patel, he's no fucking way he's making it. Like when Comey says did Comey say over my dead body or something like that? Do any of you think Kash Patel actually gets confirmed? Anybody? I'm taking names. Go ahead, say he's going to get confirmed. Say it. I want to see. I'm taking names. Because I got my list so far. I'm right like 2 out of 3 so far. Matt Gates, no fucking way. Who's the National Guard guy? No fucking way. No fucking way that's happening. Oh, you say he's getting confirmed? I got you down on my list now. 45 forever. At least you said something. That's why I like you. You stand behind your convictions. There is no fucking way. That guy ain't making it either. It was Bill Barr that said it. It was Bill Barr. That's who it was that said it. Arlen's got it. He's got it. It was Bill Barr, not Comey. As soon as I heard that, I was like, nope, not happening. Not going to happen. Do you know why not going to happen? It's not because he can't do it. It's because of the old boy club. They're not going to let it happen. I don't think so. That's a lot of what our man J-Pa was saying today. You got the good old boy club you got to get through first. He needs a new picture. Yeah, he does. He needs a new picture. He needs a new fucking picture. That wasn't cool. Like, whoever took that picture was like, and he was like, can I take another one? And like, nope. Fuck you. This is the DMV. And ever since, Kash Patel's been angry. He's like, I'm going to wipe out all this bureaucracy over that picture. Nipples, probably deviated septum. Yeah, she's on my list too. I got Tulsi on the list. I got Tulsi. Pretty much I got I got Gates. I got the National Guard guy. I got Patel. And then I've got Tulsi Gabbard's on there too. I don't think she gets through. Most of this has to do with, like, not because they can't do the job. Or my reasoning is not, well, I think he needs more org experience. I think the National Guard guy was pushed so they could get DeSantis in. Like, here, we'll put this guy up that we know nothing is going to confirm so we can put this other guy in that you would have threw your arms up at. So it's like the lesser of two evils or some shit. But I think that, like, Tulsi Gabbard, I don't think she gets confirmed. I don't think Patel gets confirmed. I've got 2 down, I think, so far out of the 4 that don't make it. I got 1 right now, I guess, right? Gates. And I don't think the National Guard guy gets in. I don't know if it's gap and go. I think it's just gap and then sell. Maybe CPI is bad and Friday's data is bad. I said I figured CPI would be good if we didn't do this move today. But I'm gonna lower my expectations now because this one should translate into this one here. We should sell. Maybe sell CPI into PCE now or NFP. It looks like they're trying to do it today. If you're going to try to get out at like 4:15, I can't blame you here. Set a high tick of 607.91. I don't care about gold. Oh, Gold Monday. I'm cranking right now. I'm up 15% right now. I wouldn't mind closing all my shit in the bell here. I'm getting itchy now. If I hit 20%, if I hit the S&P 500, I'm like, yep, it's a good goddamn day. Are you guys all long out there? If you're in the Discord, we got long together, right? Congratulations. Happy fucking Wednesday. fucking cranking right now. Did you all get along with me? I posted it in the Discord. Condor. What did they have this song? I gotta do a song today. We're gonna play a new song today. We're gonna get kicked. We're gonna lose our money today. I made so much fucking money today. We'll lose our ad dollars today. We're gonna play a new song, and they're gonna take my ad dollars away from me. That's okay. It's okay. I just made a bunch of money. What are we gonna play here? Come on, where's that song? Ready?
Locked in a stalemate with the man who was no. Rocking a hard place, it's battery control. What am I waiting for? Feet planted beneath my compass, my transport.
That was it. Super simple song. That was it. That's all I got to think for you. Take the money and run up there. They're going to try to draw this down into tomorrow, so. Yeah, we might get one more out of this. Failure of 608.51 next, maybe. Maybe one more pump left in it. One more pump. You don't short strength, do you? We still haven't hit our weekly target yet. Yeah, Floyd, I'm with you. There's still one more. There's one more pump out there to like 608.51, 608.67. My God, savages. We hit this one. We didn't hit that one. see all of you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. If you're not already long, you are not trying to FOMO this. You are waiting for a pullback. 604.75 you're going to hope for. 602 is another target lower, but with this close, every door gets slammed behind your ass.